There we go. We are live now from the WebXR Business Summit. So we'll just give everybody a couple of minutes to get in because I know we switched links today. How are you doing, Arome?
Doing fine, thank you. Super glad to be here.
Great. We're looking forward to you being a part of this show today. And we'll just give everybody a couple of minutes to jump in. I know that, and maybe, we know what you're going to be talking about is leveraging digital twins for businesses in Africa via WebXR. Yeah. And maybe, let's see if we've got, I'm just trying to watch and make sure that we've got people watching us. And I think we are good. Maybe somebody from the outside can drop a comment in and make sure that everybody can hear us and see us okay before we get into some of the juicy content that you're going to feed us today. Yeah, just stand by. Let's make sure.
I have green check marks on Facebook, on YouTube, but not Facebook. Facebook, I have to reset.
Okay. Great. And we're, sorry, go ahead.
I said amazing session so far. Super glad to be part of the team and also sharing what we're doing with WebXR here in Africa and our impact journey so far with building a vibrant community of content developers and also creatives.
Amazing. I think that's one of the most exciting things about not just about WebXR, but just about technology in general is that inclusivity, not just from a people perspective, but from a country's perspective, from a place that we never thought would catch up to, the Western world is now able to be a part of conversations and Africa is building things, and there's so many great people who are innovating different products and services and utilizing technology to their advantage. And, you're one of them. And I know you've led a lot of great conversations and really starting to build up the community, not just in your country, but the whole continent of Africa. And we're so excited to hear your presentation today and how you're actually leveraging digital twins. So I guess with that, and I'm going to pass it over to you to do your next 15-minute presentation. I know you're going to share your screen, and Ben's going to help us with that. So before I jump off the stage, let's make sure you're all set up and ready to go. And hello to everybody else out there. Thank you for joining us back this afternoon with the WebXR Business Summit. I'd like to thank our sponsors, FutureWay, for helping make this day happen, and the WebXR team behind the scenes. We've got a couple of producers, Ben Irwin, Steve Lewis, and then in the green room, we've got Linda Ricci, Karen Alexander, and of course, our host, Samantha Matthews as well. So, yeah. Let me know when you're good to go, Arome.
I'm good to go. Thank you.
Okay. And Ben, if you can do Rome's share screen, we're good to go.
I hope you can see my screen. Just want to confirm. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Sorry for that. So super glad to be here. My name is Arome Ibrahim, and I'm here to share with the amazing WebXR community the great stuff we're doing here in Africa with WebXR and also XR. So first off, I'll start off with my journey into XR. It all started 3 to 4 years ago when I attended a Facebook-sponsored event here in my city, Abuja. And that was the first time I was able to wear and also experience a VR headset, right, which was like the Oculus Go, right? And since then, the journey has been amazing. I've been able to build a startup called Immersive, and also build a community that is looking at empowering and also mentoring the next generation of XR content developers on the continent. And I'm super glad to have connected with some of the great minds via LinkedIn, right? Minds like Ben, like Jeremy, that are doing great stuff in the XR space. So I'll be sharing how we're leveraging digital twins for businesses in Africa via WebXR. So this is the session agenda. I'll be sharing how digital twins are the future, right? And also the benefits of enabling digital twin technology for businesses, and also how here in Africa we're applying this technology in arts, heritage, and also cultural visualization, and also how we're democratizing XR in Africa. This is like the most important part of this presentation for me. So this is like an introduction. My name is Ahmed Ibrahim. I am the co-founder of a startup called Express Immersive, and also the team lead at Immersive Tech Africa, which is a creative social enterprise that is mentoring and supporting newbies, developers, creative who are doing great stuff with XR here in Africa. I am a geographer, right, and also an applied meteorologist. I'm passionate about cultural heritage, and I'm super glad to be part of the top 50 voice in 3D, AR, and VR. I'm also a TEDx speaker, and my team recently won the Digital Lab Africa VR category for our project, which is called Virtuality Africa. So it's a virtual museum which is creating content from artists and converting them into digital experiences. So digital twins, right? For me, I believe this is like the future, right? The future of content visualization and also the future of content development. And in the next 5 to 10 years, it will be so easy for us to capture content and create digital replica of them, right? You can do that easily with your iPhones, and I think most Android devices can easily create 3D content, right? Either through LiDAR scanning or photogrammetry. So what is a digital twin, right? So a digital twin is like a digital representation of a physical object, right? You could have an artwork and you want to create a digital replica, right? That's basically a digital twin, right? And this can be used in the physical world. So when you create a digital replica of an object, you can create a 3D content from it, right? And be able to use it in different sphere of or different industries, most especially in the manufacturing and also production industry. Because here in Africa, for us to create product, an end-line product, it takes a lot of months, right? And we believe having a digital copy of an object would be great because we'll be able to iterate, we're able to get user feedback before actually producing the final copy of that product, right? So for us here, digital twin is very important, though it's still a new technology, but we believe it's really going to transform several industries from manufacturing to aviation to education and also arts. So how does digital twin work? So basically, you have an object which is modeled virtually and basically replicated in a physical space. And for example, maybe in the aviation industry, which is working on a wind turbine, right? What they basically do is they create a replica of that wind turbine, right? They work on it and make sure everything is in check before finally creating the full scale product, right? So with that data, they are going to work on the functionality and also the performance of that model to make sure everything is in check. Because the aviation industry is a very, very sensitive space. So every last detail has to be in check to make sure efficiency and also productivity of every single equipment gives 100% result. So so I got started with digital twin like 2 years back when we were offering museums and also creative spaces here in Africa, digital replicas of their artifacts. And so far, we have been able to learn that you could actually fuse digital technology into IoT, cloud technology, and AI, right? So, for example, we're working with the Ministry of Tourism here to create digital replica of some of the amazing artifacts here in Nigeria, right? Like the terracotta artworks. So what we're doing is creating that replica and moving it to NFT to make sure that anybody that has a copy of that replica digital twin is getting a verified copy. We know that we'll not have any issue with copyright or fake replicas that are being made anywhere in the world. So these are some of the applications of digital twin, such as in IoT, extended reality, cloud, and also AI. So straight up to the advantages and benefits of digital twins. For me, I believe having a virtual copy of a product would be good for research and development, because when you're able to understand how a product might possibly work, you'll be able to work on better performance outcomes for that version, right? So, for example, I want to create this mouse, right? And I have a digital version of it. I'll be able to work on it in terms of color, in terms of shade, in terms of movement, making sure everything is in check, right? So the design and development team could actually get testers that will be able to view digital copies of that product and give good feedback and make sure everything is needed for proper development of that product, such as the mouse. So digital twins are good for R&D, and I believe it's going to power like the future of that space, research and development. And the big companies such as Facebook, Microsoft are really, really leveraging on digital twins to make sure that products are well refined and properly done. So another advantage of digital twin is basically greater efficiency, right? For us here in Africa, most businesses really pride themselves in making sure their customers are properly served, right? So for example, we were approached by one of the biggest local manufacturing company in terms of automobiles, right? So they had a line of their new cars that are coming out of production, but they really wanted to create 3D models for their end users to maybe work on the color they would need for the car, or work on the type of designs they would like, right? So far we have been working on creating 3D versions of each of those cars, right? And uploading them on their website. So when people log into the website of that manufacturer, they're able to select the color they want, any particular add-ons they will need for their cars. And I believe that will really, really improve like the efficiency of that product and also customer satisfaction for the end user. So another great advantage is innovative product design, right? I believe every product out there needs to be tested to the last mile, right? So having a virtual product first being tested and optimized is very important before finally making the real product, right? So I remember a couple of months back, a friend of mine, right? She wanted to go into pottery, right? So I told her, why not just create like the first version of your product for people to use, right? Use it to the extreme and give you feedback and you work on it, right? And she did that and the feedback was super amazing, right? So this can also be applied in product design, right? Making a digital copy of your product, making sure everything is good, right? Before actually making the final product of that. So I believe digital twin is going to revolutionize so many industries, right? Not just manufacturing. You're looking at the automobile industry, the aviation industry, right, and a lot more coming. So next up is application of digital twin in Africa, right? For us here in Africa, XR is quite new, right? I must say it's quite new because we still have the issue of accessibility, the issue of hardware, right? Because most developers don't have access to hardware, right? And for us, it's a huge problem. But what we're trying to do is to create a community whereby people could leverage on sharing hardware and also software to create content. And I must say I'm a beneficiary of that because that has so far helped me to improve, to also connect with great minds that are doing great stuff in the XR space. So one of the industry, or one of the areas we are currently working on digital twin for is heritage mapping, right? And just as Marcus Garvey said the people without the knowledge of their past history, origin and culture is like a tree without its roots, right? And I believe learning about our culture and heritage is very important, right? So that's why we have so far been able to work with one of the largest private art museum in Nigeria, right, to create digital twins of some of their amazing artworks, such as the Ife Royal Head, which was made in the 14th century, right? And we believe the use of digital technologies to digitize and also survey current state of historical artifacts will be a great plus for the industry, right? So we are putting a lot of resources and a lot of knowledge in learning how to properly create great photogrammetry content and also invest in laser scanning, which will really improve our process in capturing these artifacts and creating digital copies of them. And also believe that digital twin can also function as a letter of authenticity for artworks because a copy of an African artwork can be replicated 1,000 times, right? But having that original copy would be great for us because we'll be able to generate revenue from it and making sure it's beneficial to the local community. So regarding the project we're doing so far, we're working with in partnership with the Yemisi Shalom Museum of Art and Culture Lagos, right? It's the largest private art museum in Nigeria, and we're also working on digitizing and creating digital twins of some amazing artworks, right, from exceptional African artists using photogrammetry and laser scanning technology, right? So these digital twins will be made available on the Virtuality Africa platform, which is a virtual museum made entirely for WebXR using 360 VR content, and it will be open to all. Hopefully, we'll be launching that by the end of this year, and I'll make the link available for everyone to view. Right. So if you're passionate about artworks in Africa, it will be a great medium for you to engage with it. So I'll be sharing how we're democratizing XR in Africa, right? I remember when I got started with XR, it was a very, very tough journey because I did not have access to mentors. I did not have access to resources, right? So far, I've been able to connect with people that are doing great stuff in the industry, right? And this has opened a lot of doors for me, right? Which I'm now sharing it with the larger community by giving access to these mentors and also these creatives that are doing great stuff, right? I remember a lady that reached out to me. She wanted to learn how to work with 3D contents, right? I think she was working on LiDAR scanning, right? And had a friend who was based in UK who was in something like that. So I connected the two of them, and to be sincere, she has been like creating amazing content, sharing online, and I'm super proud of her, right? So that's some of the things we're trying to achieve to making sure XR is accessible to all, not just to the privileged few, right? To everyone that wants to learn. And I believe the journey might be tough, right? But we're making it happen here in Africa. So that led me to create a creative social enterprise called Immersive Tech Africa. And Immersive Tech Africa is a youth-led social enterprise doing great stuff, improving accessibility to XR hardware and software, creating a tailored XR learning resources, and also a vibrant community. These are some of our initiatives, the XR Innovation Week, the XR Innovation Bootcamp, and also the XR Innovation Lab.
And how can people get involved with helping to grow this? I'm sorry that we've got to kind of cut you short here a little bit. We're running a little over time, but I want to make sure that people can see your
sure.
to see how they can support you, because this is so exciting, and Africa is such an exciting emerging market. We're seeing so many startups in Y Combinator out of Africa, and like there's just so much happening over there. So how can we get involved with you? There we are.
Okay. Great. So basically, to get involved with me, you could reach out to me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, or send me an email, right? We're currently working on the XR Innovation Bootcamp, which will happen next year. And hopefully, we'll be having some great mentors across the world joining us to support those that want to learn about this technology.
Well, hopefully we'll get some people from here, like Danny. We've got Danny Stefanik, who's from Mood Up. He's got an incredible hybrid virtual platform. So I am excited to hear from you where all the opportunities are. And I just want to thank Arome again for bringing in this perspective. And I use digital twins, so I can't wait to reach out and talk to you more. It's just
Sure.
like, it's a very parallel technology, because making a twin, you can do so much with it. Making a virtual web space,
True.
you can do so much with it. And where you focus really matters when to get people's attention. So I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Danny. How are you?
I'm very good, and I got to thank Arun for that talk. Really wonderful stuff, and he's doing incredible work. I'm really thankful for what he's doing, and I'm definitely going to be one of the mentors at some of those initiatives.
Oh, I love that. This is kind of the best part, is like the cool thing about doing it the way we are doing, where we have some crossover of people as opposed to all these different sessions, is you get that value that you get at those conferences when you just bump into somebody in the hallway. And so I really appreciate that, even though, we're all home and maybe still have slippers on our feet, we're actually out networking, we're connecting with people, we're passionate about the same things. And so this is a big one that you're diving into, and I'm really excited for your presentation, because it's really why we're all here. Where are the big opportunities? There's lots of debates about what's going to be great, about what went wrong, things like that, but where are the big opportunities? You've been in the thick of it for a minute, so I'm going to hand it over to you, Danny, and let you take us through your presentation.
Thanks, Samantha, and thanks, Arun, for your talk previously. I'm Danny Stefanik. Of a weird and wacky and wonderful history in the world of virtual reality and XR. So nearly 30 years developing businesses, virtual reality businesses, even pre-internet. So having built the world's first commercial viewer for real estate and virtual tours on the internet, first 3D shopping solution, and also built the first metaverse from 2000 to 2012 called Exit Reality, and own a number of 3D virtual worlds and games as well. But in the last 6-7 years, really been focused on 3D in the browser and how to enable that. Funnily enough, a history lesson, 3D in the browser was actually something that was available way back with Netscape and Internet Explorer for a few years, and it was quite an exciting time. And so a bit of a renaissance now that we can access 3D in any browser here. So I'm CEO of MoodUp, which is a virtual events and meetings platform that runs entirely in WebXR, but also a sister company, LearnBright, which is for building immersive training scenarios. And a bit like our passion in Africa for building up the WebXR community there, I started the Virtual Reality Association in Australia back in '94. I've been around the block doing this stuff for a while. What we're here to talk about today is, where are the WebXR opportunities hiding? So I talk to a lot of people who are building and developing in WebXR, and a lot of them are single developers or small teams, and they're doing incredibly innovative stuff. And I really, really see those developers and those teams create sustainability, so they can build a business out of it, and they can bring that innovation and passion into creating things that the larger organizations just don't have the kind of capability of doing. So this kind of garage, WebXR that's happening is just incredible, and the innovations are just amazing. And the more people can get into a sustainable industry, the better. So a lot of people are talking about AR and virtual reality and 3D, but to me, I kind of want to start with a bit of philosophy. That the real opportunity here is what I call 3D as a media type. Now, pre-internet, we had text, images, video, audio, and we repurposed all those and digitized them and used them on the internet. But 3D as a media type is really young. It's really new. Prior to computers, really it was sculpture, architecture, but now we have this 3D media type, and it's available in all browsers. And so that means you can really build stuff and deploy it everywhere, which is super exciting. But it really is the beginning. We're at the very foothills of 3D as a media type, which is going to change the way in which humans communicate, record history, all manner of things. And it's a superset of all those other media types: video, images, audio, text. And that in human history, we're going to hit a point where that's a critical mass, and that's going to give us just a graph up in the way that we use that technology. So anyone who's in the 3D business right now, you're at the very of something that's going to be absolutely extraordinary. Now, a number of people start and they try and do things in, let's say, VR. So, expecting that they can just do VR only, use a headset, everyone will have a headset. And if you're lucky, you have a hit and you might sustainability out of that. But the truth is, and one of the beautiful things about WebXR is you can access all devices, which means you can get into organizations who are looking for a real return on investment. They want to be able to spend some money and have all organization benefit from it. And that doesn't mean everyone needs a headset. It just means that you can deliver an experience that has value. And most of the experiences, let's say in learning and training, where we started, those experiences, traditional learning and training, e-learning is going online, doing a few slideshows or videos and answering a multiple choice quiz at the end and trying to pick the correct answer. But now with 3D, you can bring in scenarios that are non-linear, dynamic, and people can go through experiences and learn from failure within those. And that itself shift from the linear kind of lecture type presentation of material to an engaging experience adds value. And so that adds 80% more value to a learning experience, and immersion adds, let's say, another 20%. But you don't have to necessarily have the immersion to deliver value to an organization, but it does allow them to start experimenting with VR. And this is what's got us really a lot of success, is being able to deliver to the whole audience and allow the organization to investigate and dip their toe in and play with virtual reality, augmented reality as well. And we do that with a platform that we have. I might show a little bit of that as we go through, just so it gives you a little indication of what we're talking about. But I mainly want to talk about the opportunities, not about our platform. Our platform is a 3D platform. It might be interesting. The main things that I want to talk about are, how do you create sustainability? So as I said, the real opportunity is 3D as a media type. That's where the massive opportunity is. And I believe, and I talk about quite often, what I call the VR chasm. And that is companies that start off on the virtual reality side and then realize that there's not enough people there in the business side of things, consumer maybe, but business, there's not enough people there using headset to deliver something that can create sustainable revenue. And when I talk about sustainable revenue, we want to be paying month on month or year on year for what the value you're providing. And we found, quite frankly, that enterprise has been really the sweet spot. We've done a lot with education, we've done a lot with research and development and non-profits, but we found with enterprise, ability of spending has been good. Education is up and down. People might have funds 1 month or 1 year, and they won't have funding the next, unless you can get into the curriculum on education. Getting into the curriculum can be really beneficial. So we started off with our platform with LearnBright, doing learning and training, and that was a tough thing to sell at the time. 6.5 years ago with WebXR, and at the time only Chrome browsers supported it, and the others didn't. But eventually, everything's moved in the right direction. We were lucky; we got a lot of very large clients, but we went through a lot of hoops to get vendor approval with these large organizations. I'm talking about pharmaceuticals, banks, insurance companies. And they have more and more strict policies that you need to abide by. And as a startup, that can be really difficult. So one of the things I tend to recommend mentoring to startups, so they can learn from my 30 years of mistakes. Not all mistakes, but there's a learn from. But focusing on mid-market companies or smaller companies as clients, instead of going after the big fish, you'll makers that are much happier to make. You'll be talking to the decision maker, number one, but you'll also get who is willing to make a decision and maybe not be as stringent on all of the security due diligence or other aspects. Now, this is good and bad for organizations. Obviously, we want high quality security on all organizations, but the smaller organizations are a little bit more lenient, and that way you can get into the experience or into the projects and opportunities a lot easier. So not always going brand names, but going for the middle market companies, you'll have a lot more success and be able to get in to these type of gigs. And once you've got a few gigs in, you can really win from those. And at the beginning, we had getting into some of the large organizations ourselves. And I was just talking to someone this week, one of the other presenters here, about a way of achieving that. One of the things we did, we offered to build scenarios in our platform, pick one of the most trouble, areas for the business, and we would create a very, very short scenario with very limited parameters, but enough for somebody to go through and have a learning by doing experience. That in return for free, in return for being able to use it for publicity, for example. So we got some very small projects. Thankfully, our product is easy to build these types of experiences, so it didn't cost us much to do. And we had these pieces of work that we could then use to close other clients. And that was really helpful. So having those demos, the reputation of other companies helped us get through into that. So that was very, very useful. The vendor approval since, we've got thousands of customers, but hundreds of 1,000 of Fortune 500 companies. And getting in with those is I gotta say, no matter what you do, every vendor approval is going to be a challenge, something new, something tricky. And we've been building a security Bible of all the questions that we've been asked, and every single one is different and adds more diligence to your organization. And unless you've got a lot of splashing funds around, that can be quite challenging. So that's my kind of
probably worth a lot of money to new startups. It's so funny because you really don't learn all the little intricacies until you're out there pitching.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And that's something we did as well. We spent a lot of time interviewing organizations. So out of the Fortune 500 companies, I interviewed 200 personally.
Wow.
And and all it was fact finding. So we asked a lot of questions. We didn't product at all. It was really about finding out what the real needs of the organizations were. But this is what is called the lean methodology, or getting out of the building and talking to your customers. It's pretty standard stuff. But if you're not familiar with lean methodology, then you should probably read up on it, because you can waste a lot of time building something that nobody wants. You really want to make sure that what you're building aligns with your clients. And in our case, we did something interesting. We're profitable, and we build the product based on what our customers want. So actually part of our business is, if you want a custom scenario built, something where you're going in and talking to chatbots and going through a scenario with AI characters for patients or virtual customers, then that's a custom solution, and we charge a profit margin on building those type of things. We have a platform studio for building experiences, but anyone can build experiences in our platform. But for features that go into the platform, we allow clients to sponsor it. So let's say somebody needs a new improvement to using the microphones in a meeting. We implement cost without charging any profit, and it goes into the platform for everyone's benefit. So that's a really useful way to grow the company.
Kind of like a bounty for features, right? Like that was how I started with Janus VR. I was like trying to make a music video, and they didn't have echo rendering. And so it was like, okay, well, if I pay you guys to get echo rendering, can we do it, kind of thing? And then it just was like, after a certain amount of paying for little features and upgrades, we just started working together. And I think that that's a really natural, and I think it's great, because there are those businesses that want to be a part of the cutting edge. And what you're doing is you're allowing them to be a part of that story in making it better, just by sponsoring a direct development like that. I really appreciate your insight, and I'm excited to have a party in Mood Up. So maybe next after party we'll have there. And I want to also, I don't know if you've met John Morris from Nowhere yet, but he also has a virtual event platform space that I just toured last week. So it would be great for you to connect as well, because you're doing a lot of really great things for the community, and bringing in actual outsiders, actual businesses into these spaces to connect, and that really does more for the business side than I think any amount of tweeting and promoting could do, is actually having those events in there and bringing people in to do their regular life without them being like, oh, we're in VR, it's just like, hey, this is a better way of doing things. And the less we have to talk about the novelty of it, the more we know we've hit adoption, which is coincidentally, the topic of today's panel, the roadmap to mass adoption. So thank you so much for joining us today, Danny, and we look forward to having you back. And
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Great. And welcome Dulce and John and Kiram. Wow, this is really exciting to have you all here. I want to, before we hop in, thank our sponsor, FutureWay. They're our Galaxy sponsor, and they are so dedicated to burgeoning communities like this, knowing that collaboration is really what gets us to the next stage, to mass adoption, what we're trying to do here today. So I'd love to just go around. We'll start with Dulce, and please introduce yourselves. Tell us what you're working on, and shamelessly promote links and all those things like that. We're happy about. We want to show everybody that we're all badasses here.
Okay. Hi, guys. Hi, John. Hi, Karen. Hi, Samantha.
Hello.
I just want to say that I love Samantha, and I won a hackathon with Samantha a couple of years ago, the AT&T hackathon. That was so awesome. That was actually the last time that we hung out and saw each other. So this is like awesome to be on a panel with you right now.
It's great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks. So I am working on decentralizing the metaverse with a company called Immerspace, and that's IMMERS.space. And it is a love work project, cooperative love work project between me and 2 other developers. We won the grant for the web monetization grant. We started off with a chess game, and now we're branching it out into more dynamic and fun experiential kind of spaces. It's built off of the Mozilla Hubs, vanilla Mozilla Hubs, but we've added a bunch of different features like friends list and inbox and inventory and special monetization features with avatars and ticketing and things like that. So if you don't want to be in the funnel of Facebook and their metaverse, and you want to have your own domain, come check us out. And, you know, we offer solutions in the 3D environment. Yep.
So cool. I love that. I just like the idea of being able to spin up your own everything, you know, and it's all yours. So I love that you're enabling people that way.
Yeah.
Kiram, you're always doing everything, and you live in like 5 countries at once and run conferences all over the world. So what the heck are you up to these days?
Well, I'll keep it short. So we just finished the VRTO online conference in June, which was our second one, using, like Dulce, a white label version of Hubs Cloud that we extended in various ways. We accelerated how to phase between zones and had time of day, weather, and so on and so forth. Dulce, you didn't mention the awesome inventory system, I don't think, that you have, which is epic.
I glossed over it, but
we have to get into that.
Collect objects in our space,
And there's like interoperability where you can take stuff from one Hubs deployment to another, which I think is deep. And the VRTO is called the Flotilla because that was also a reference from Snow Crash, which is at the end of the book. But it has to do with tethering ships from all over together and being able to experience everybody's different ship from sort of a hub. And so we had galleries that would lead out to Decentraland or Second Life or to Crypto Voxels. Melody Owen, who's doing a PhD on some of this stuff in Australia, helped to build some of those spaces. And we did an entire summit on the maligned NFT ecosystem, which I was very proud to host. We fostered a conversation about eco NFTs and women of crypto art. And it was really fascinating to see how a artist-driven community using Hicketnunk could really create intense growth without any outside assistance, and what that means and why that's so important. And now we're working on our 9th 5 Hours Festival, which started in 2015. This is the first time since our beginning that we'll be doing it in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. Actually, we've always been in Toronto, opposite the Toronto International Film Festival. And it's going to be a hybrid event. So we have a custom build that we're building on top of Janus XR, which is maintained by James Baikayanu. And we've added a lot of custom features. We have AWS powering stereoscopic 4K video in the browser, and all sorts of other shenanigans. And so that's basically in a nutshell what we're doing. And I completely am with you on this, to say that we're here to keep the web open and free and decentralized and non-monolithic. Over to you, John.
Amen. Amen. I love this idea of the flotilla. We were actually playing around with that when we were searching for a name for Nowhere. We were like Tilla, flotilla. We just love the concept of like, you know, a more galaxy of interconnection and interoperability.
J Dilla. There's like the possibilities are endless.
Yeah, he's going to premiere. He's going to premiere the platform. My name is John Morris. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, Samantha, Dulce. It's a pleasure to meet you here in this forum, and Karim as well, after people have tried to connect us. I'm the CEO of Nowhere. It is a pandemic-born platform. After a lifetime being an artist, clown at Cirque du Soleil, a performer in Forza Bruta, traveling the world, creating theater, and then starting my own company to create sublime experiences, to bring that work outside the walls of theater and into unexpected places. Some of our work span from recreating the night sky on the Hudson River to choreographing 9 Inch Nails festival tours to designing full tours for Metric, Fantagram, and big spectacles for AWS or Google I/O. And really at the core of all that work is really humans, and really the human experience of trying to connect people in deeper and more exciting ways. And through spectacle and through art experiences, allow them to deepen their wonder in the world and wonder in each other. And so at the beginning of the pandemic, all of our work was shut down, like so many live artists. And we really just started looking at how we could bring our work to the web. And what we realized was the void between what we would naturally have as humans at our core and the play and adventure of what artists want on the web, which is game engines and games. And so we said, well, what if we try to bring video and the human connection, what we have the closest to human connection, in my opinion right now, which is video, and bring that into the web in 3D. And Nowhere is a 3D platform that instead of an avatar where you're wearing a persona, it puts the video in the forefront and you as a person driving around this little video pod with spatial audio, so that you can have, you know, all the wonders of VR and AR and have a multiplicity of conversations, multiplicity of activities within beautiful, inspiring environments built by artists and experienced designers, so that they feel good, so that they inspire different types of behaviors. So we're a small team. We're a lean, mean startup machine. About 9 people working primarily out of New York, but we're fully remote around the world, and we're just trying to bring better presence to the internet in a way that it's all URL based WebXR. So you drop in with a link and then you're right there in beautiful environments with other humans.
I love that. Yeah, I was just in I just went for a tour last week with you, and I'm really excited you're here because, especially for this panel, because you are a noob, right? You just started,
Totally.
like you said, and you're pandemic born, which is like one of my topics I wanted to cover today. Is there was these behaviors that are in the market that changed, but then there's also people like you who are extremely experienced, like you've produced these like AAA experiences that got sort of challenged to continue your business from home and actually did so to the point where you were like, oh, this is so cool, I'm going to focus completely on this, right? Like this is the thing now. And so seeing somebody with your expertise catapult themselves into the web in such a meaningful way, to me was this signal that, okay, this isn't like, that big of a stretch for some of these really top-notch agencies and companies that are putting on these experiences. And it's just a matter of, especially with all of the work that's been done in the community for a long time with documentation and tool sets and open source stuff, but that somebody like you and your team could come in, pick up the tools relatively quickly. I mean, your platform looks like it's been together for a few years and like bug tested like nobody's business. And that's it's something to say that all of this could come together that quickly for you. So with that kind of pandemic tone in mind, what what behaviors were you like? Was there a specific sort of customer driver that said, "Hey, can you make this experience virtual?" And were there other sort of people, like I'll open it up after you answer that, John, just to Kiram and Dulce on what you see as some major pandemic drivers in this space that WebXR is directly affected by?
Our project really inspired and spawned by our work with Civic Signals and Eli Pariser, who wrote The Filter Bubble. That was the last windmill factory project, was helping launch this new nonprofit to create healthier digital spaces online. So Eli is working on a wonderful project with New Public now, and it really is analyzing how we can learn from creating public healthy spaces throughout time with city planners and architects who've been doing this in real life, and merging that learning and that behavior with digital. So we spent about 5 months researching that right before the pandemic, and then it was supposed to be in May 2020. That obviously got postponed indefinitely, and then they challenged us with, hey, can you create what you've done in 3 different locations in the Bay Area, 250 people, and create that kind of dynamism online. And we kind of laughed. We then started looking at different platforms to try to do that, and really gravitated towards WebXR. It was cool to see Verbella here. That was a really eye-opening experience, was being in Verbella and hearing the spatial audio and for us. And then we just started, building a demo of what we think would be good, and also just wanting to create the bar online for our friends and artists to hang out and be able to socialize. Those were our 2 drivers to right at the beginning of the pandemic.
It's always great to have a product that you're building for yourself. You're like, I want to go have drinks with my friends.
Yeah, where are my friends?
That's a perfect reason to start a business.
Yeah.
Dulce, I'm wondering what you saw, because we were having an interesting conversation sort of about like these different styles of people's idea of the metaverse, one being lifestyle driven, another one being sort of game driven. But specifically around lifestyle driven metaverse products, or someone like Apple who's very human focused, what kind of behavior changes do you see happening from the pandemic that are going to have a huge impact in this space?
Well, definitely the idea of connecting at a distance and what that means to connect at a distance, and how deep can that connection be. And I've come to realize that Apple has been really trying to perfect what that means for like their iCloud users, who are usually families, right? So like a mom and a dad, they'll have an account, and then they'll have a bunch of kids, and the kids will have be a family underneath, and they're sharing pictures and they're sharing contacts and music and all. And what does all of that mean in the ecosystem of their devices? And how does that immerse people deeper into memories or events, or just any kind of daily engagement, like, being able to gamify your daily life and challenge your family members accordingly, through just living, right? And Apple is really taking the time to make that level of immersion a reality for everybody. And that includes scanning objects and turning them into 3D and sharing that with your family. That includes taking 3D photographs and putting those in spaces that give it holographic feel and look, because they're going to be releasing glasses soon. So those pictures would be perfect for some sort of 3D holographic display in some way. That includes face filters in FaceTime and in Messenger. And so their whole play is like, we're not going to totally throw you into the computer. We're going to make the computer a tool that enhances your life and your lifestyle and the way you live your life. Where Facebook is like, we're going to throw you deep into the metaverse, and you're going to work in the metaverse. You're going to hang out in the metaverse. You're going to play in the metaverse. You're going to do everything in our metaverse. And it's going to be this walled garden that we're going to control. And that scares me like to no end. I mean, as soon as Facebook announced that they were making a 3D workspace world, I hairs on the back of my head stood up, because like I don't want to be discussing my business on Facebook's workstation work environment. Like if I'm going to have a business meeting with my company, I might as well do it on my platform with my URL in my space, and saying my space, I just remember that freaking website did more for teaching people how to have agency over their pages and their domains. And Facebook stepped in and said, no, we're going to homogenize the whole thing. We're going to make it plain, and nobody, we're going to make it easy for people who don't understand. And instead of teaching and encouraging. And I see that energy still happening at Facebook. It's like, you have groups that allow you to learn, and you get to learn how to build in Horizons. You get to learn how to build in Spark AR. But all those groups are users who are teaching other users. It's not Facebook teaching these users. It's other users teaching users. And Facebook reaps the rewards off of that. So if I'm going to be user, I want to teach other users how to make their own spaces that are comparable to Facebook, that can live off of legacy data that they've already got pooled for over the last 30 something years of being .coms, and tie it to a real space, their real business, and have some incentive for people to come out to the real space to engage in things that they can't online, and vice versa, go into the online space so they can engage in things that they can't in the real space. And I think that's really powerful and really important. And I believe the pandemic has definitely woken people's minds up to that idea, and just realizing that we're sitting on legacy stuff that we don't have to throw away, and we don't have to funnel it through another company in order to, engage with our stuff. We could do it.
No, it's such a great perspective you bring in. It's like, I think people, sometimes we get so caught up with what's happening on our screens, and then even what's happening with the immersion of our screens, we forget that there's this whole lifestyle and way of being around us, and all these sort of products that are a part of our connection. It's not just about one spec or one protocol. It's really about how we act and how we feel about all these things in between. I know for me, like, I can't tell you how many times I've been late for a meeting. That's just because I was like, didn't have the right tab open, and there's just no context for me and whatnot. So it's going to take us a while to kind of break apart the pieces that and then show those to the right people with the right meaning at the right time, and to make sure that we're supporting ecosystems where we're not just working for free for the big guys. Kiram, I'm interested to hear from you on this one.
So we're talking about adoption. And we're talking about
relatives to behaviors that have been
because of the pandemic, right? Well, we ran a show terrestrially that had 600 to 800 attendees every year, trying to who somehow found their way to a VR conference, and not like an exhibition theme park VR conference, but like deep dive, everything from psychonauts to blockchain to privacy and ethics, and like some pretty hardcore discussions at the early days. And then we needed to figure out, and we also had to convince people to come to Toronto. Now, I started VRTO in Toronto, not LA, because I figured Canada would be an easier place for more countries to get into. And so we did foster early on an international audience. We would have attendees from China, from India, from South America, from the Emirates. And that was like really important to demonstrating that there are many ideas going on in many different ecosystems that are totally different than what you think about this, and are being used in totally different ways than you think. And going online was like the most perfect extension of being able to allow international guests to continue to participate, but also extended it. More importantly, it also allowed people who have accessibility concerns to be able to attend. And going backwards now, I think, would be a huge mistake. I think you've sort of created a framework for accessibility to allow more people to participate. As far as how our show works, we really try to dissolve that notion between stage and audience. There's already a wonderful company in LA called No Proscenium, and I deeply respect them. But this is precisely what I mean, is like dissolve that boundary between talking heads and push content and like full engagement, which is possible with WebXR. So we try to create contexts and scenarios where that audience is up on its feet and creating really the show. So this year, we had a daily talk show hosted by Max Noir and Mozilla Hubs, where she's broadcasting from a pirate location via pirate satellite. And we would bring people from the audience to talk about whatever they're working on. Or we would have them do live theater for us. We called them the VRTO players. And they learned on camera in front of a live audience and fell on their face in front of a live audience. And then by the final day, they presented something. Also, like the idea of constantly changing the mental postcard that you have is a way to create like complex memories of an event that will, I think, increase retention substantially, versus having these like Zoom walls where you just have this singular thing burned in your retina that you just want to get away from as much as possible. One of the things that we do in a conference perspective is, instead of it being live, we typically pre-tape talks, and that way we can respectfully ensure that nobody has to deal with all the glitches. But we also did this really wonderful meta experiment where VRTO attendees had to create a machinima of the show, and they actually put on remote face AI avatars inside of a Zoom wall, which was having a battle with the avatars in the 3D world and talking about who had it right. It was so meta, I fell out of my chair.
That's amazing.
All of those things talk about something else that's really going on underneath and the sort of mycelium of underground of the WebXR, which is how the true core developers who've been here for a long time, what they really want is to be able to nest one WebXR reality inside of another, just like Russian dolls. So I can use WebXR or, Webaverse inside of CryptoVoxels, inside of something else. And that plays to what you're saying, Dulce, like how important it is to have sovereignty and to not be controlled essentially by the framework, but the other way around, and have true open expressivity and that ability to modulate and adapt. If we don't empower the independents to do these things, we won't have progress. We will lose.
Right.
Totally. I think that there's like something, we don't have a ton of time, but I wanted to touch on this that we're kind of getting into, which is virtual economies at scale. And then like just this sort of virtual land. And now that we're having this, I hear what people are saying on this play to earn stuff, and my like ethics ears like go like, ooh, kind of like you, Kiram, I'm sure, where I'm like, oh no, are we gonna have another era of the 90s where like the SWAT team's busting in like mom's basements and it's like, get on the ground, kid, because like some kid's worth trillions of dollars in some weird game world. You know what I mean? Like these are the types of things I think about where we're abstracting a lot of tangible and physical value. But kind of like away from regulators and into this like world within a world within a world. And for some people that can become their whole world. And there's really cool things that could happen, right? Like, when you think of the future of virtual work and time zones being a virtual economy versus the landmass, right? Like, can we all work together functionally versus where are you, right? So there's these kind of things that are happening, but there's models that scare me that we've talked about here at the conference, and I'd like to just touch on if we can, which is what happens when we start paying everybody to sit around and diddle things, and what happens when we are paying, when we're creating scarcity around virtual land and not paying attention to the sort of physical land it represents.
Well, can I step in first? So ethics are very important, obviously, but like I was mentioning with Apple doing the lifestyle play, all of that is to get people up and out and moving. And when we start tying virtual spaces to real spaces, our idea of the virtual space is going to shift. And we're going to now see it as exactly what it should be, a layer over real space. We're not there yet at all. So to think of us as just sitting behind a keyboard, diddling around and making virtual goods, that's not where it's going to be at all. We're going to be quantifying so much about our lives and about our own bodies, right? And how our bodies move in the world. Like, for instance, I mean, some people love looking at like pictures of celebrities, right? So now imagine if you're just like scrolling through pictures of celebrities, and every time you stop and stare at somebody for a period of time, that is a monetization hit to you or to whoever. Like there's some kind of like transaction that happens there, and that's all based on your gaze. Or if you touch something out in the real space and it recognizes that you've touched it in the real space, all those kind of IoT connections and layering virtual interactions onto the real, I think that's the future, and that's where it's going. And quantifying every kind of touch point across this system, that's the future. And it will involve people moving and getting out and moving their bodies. So
I just have one quick thing to that.
For sure.
I just want to talk about like self-aware media, and that the media is in itself encapsulated, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an NFT, but that can always be extended. It starts off as a JPEG, but over time you can append to that. And so all media will eventually become self-aware, and that way it can be re-aggregated through all sorts of different filters and so on. It won't just be dumb media, is my point.
Speaking of ethics,
Amen.
thank you so much, guys. Your conversation is a great segue into our next presentation panel. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining Samantha today on this presentation.
Thanks, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Dulce.
So much. Thanks, John. Thanks, Dulce. Thanks, Graham.
Ciao, y'all.
Bye.
And Samantha, you and I were here to basically set up the next presentation, which is going to be Kent Bai. He's actually not here with us today, but he's pre-recorded his session, and it is focused on ethical considerations of WebXR, which I think it's a great segue that you've got.
Huge. Yeah,
Right?
and especially like Kiram had us all out. Julie, you, me, Alan, we were all at the very first VRTO with Steve Mann working on this like big declaration of ethics. Kent Bai and I gave presentations at the Stanford ethics panel. We're both we're all nerds in this space, and he really lives and breathes it. I think he is an absolute beacon and pillar in this community across, like, from everywhere, from immersive spaces to decentralized web to identity. Like, he really covers what matters, and he holds people accountable. So it's a real honor to have him here, and I'm excited to see his talk. They're always so illuminating.
Yeah, and I'm going to take just this brief moment to plug our design summit, which will be coming up in a couple of weeks, and we'll drop some information in there. So we're going to do the same thing all over again, but we're going to have a design summit, and Kent Bai is actually going to be our co-host that day. October 12th is the date. I just want to make sure I don't
lock
get
it in. Lock it in right now.
Lock it in. October 12th, we're coming back to talk about WebXR all over again, and we're going to talk about it from a design perspective. And Kent's going to be our host. So I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to have Ben jump in with Kent's presentation today to share his thoughts around the ethical considerations of WebXR. So Ben,
hello, my name is Kent Bai. I do the Voices of VR podcast, and today I'm going to be talking a little bit about XR ethics and how they apply to WebXR. So then today I'm going to be going over three main things, doing a quick overview of XR ethics, talk about four main socioeconomic contexts that are important for ethics, and then the role of context and human rights when it comes to looking at these ethical issues within XR. So back in 2019, I actually had a chance to go to Laval Virtual, where I was a part of the think tank there. And one of the questions that we started to look at were some of the XR ethics questions. What we did is that we started to do a brainstorm of all the different types of ethical issues that we might start to see within XR. And we started to map them out and into different contextual domains. And at the beginning here, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a flavor of some of the different issues that come up within ethics within XR. So I did a whole XR ethics manifesto in October of 2019, where I started to collate all the different types of questions that come up. I'm not going to be covering all of these here, but this is just to give you a little bit of a flavor of how there's many different contexts and lots of different questions that come up. But some of the big issues, just to give you a little bit of a flavor, are things around biometric data and what happens when we have the data as we go into XR. XR needs the data, but what happens to that data? What does that data reveal about ourselves, especially around our sense of ourself, our identity, our psychographic profiling of ourselves? And like I said, a lot of this data is needed for XR, but what happens to that data? Another big issue I think is going to be coming up is ways in which that we're going to be spatially commodifying all of our attention, and to what degree is that distracting, or what kind of world are we creating in general? And so as we start to do kind of overlays and with an augmented reality, these kind of scenes from hyper reality from Keiichi Matsuda. And then we have volumetric privacy. As you start to record different aspects within your home, then are you revealing your location, or are there certain aspects about your sense of your identity and your sense of self that are revealed by your surrounding environment, and what happens when those scans are being collected and what happens to that data? And then there's different aspects of who has the right to augment different spaces. There was the famous case of the Holocaust Museum where Pokemon Go was being played, and what degree do we have as individual citizens to be on private property? Do we have the right to augment or not? And as augmented reality is gathering people together in these sort of emergent swarms, and what are the ethics around having those different types of gatherings that are not really being controlled by someone who may be owning that property? Motion sickness is obviously a huge issue within XR technologies, and so making sure that whatever experiences that we're creating are performant, which I think is probably a big issue when it comes to XR, making sure that they're comfortable for people who may be immersed within these XR technologies. Harassment is a big issue within social XR, and how do you do moderation and create safe online spaces and different codes of conduct and whatnot. And we have algorithmic bias, which is the ways in which that we create these virtual worlds and these algorithms that are modulating people's experiences. And then are there some of those algorithms that can bring undue harm to certain marginalized communities? The film Coded Bias really digs into this. And one last one I think is important, especially for WebXR, and it is just the concept of accessibility. What people may not be fully able-bodied, and so what are the ways in that we can create these immersive experiences that are not excluding people just because they don't have either the full use of their sight or their hearing? And how do we make these immersive technologies and immersive experiences more accessible? Now I'm going to go over 4 of the main socioeconomic contexts that I find really helpful when thinking about some of these different ethical issues. So Lawrence Lessig has his pathetic dot theory, which is sort of a model of socioeconomic control, where he's looking at 4 major areas where you can start to bring about change in collective society. That's either the cultural norms, the law, the market, or the technological architecture of the code. So any sufficiently difficult problem that you're dealing with within ethics are usually some combination of these 4 things that are really hard to wrap your mind around any one of them. But they're all connected within all of these different ethical issues. So Lessig's model kind of has them all as independent entities, kind of all independent, that you're able to address. There's another way of looking at these in terms of these nested contexts, meaning that at the highest level is the culture, and then you have the laws, and then I'll actually step through those here. So you have the culture at the highest level, and within the context of the culture, you have the laws that are built within that cultural context. Then you have the economic context, and then you have the design guidelines, and then the user experience, and then from there you have the application code, operating system code, and then the hardware and technology. So as we start to look at these different layers as to what type of architectures or how you're going to address some of these issues, you really have to take into consideration all of these different layers with any of these ethical issues. And I think with XR, what's particularly interesting is that there's a lot of ways in which that there's alternative types of technological architectures that may be actually more privacy preserving than native code. However, it's worth noting that there's a lot of these different experiences that are still using the platform of some of these different technologies, like say Facebook's platform, that may be subjected to some of their existing issues. So I think even though WebXR has its own unique issues, there's still going to be common issues with all of the other XR technologies. So just as another way of looking at this same issue, you could see how there's going to be these higher level human rights principles. These are not often regulated by laws. These are kind of optional for people to, as kind of a guideline. But those human rights principles are informing the laws, and those laws are then dictating what XR companies can and cannot do. And I think the process of talking about XR ethics is trying to decide what are these different ethical principles that are going to be informed by human rights, that are going to inform the laws that are being created, and then also going to be driving what the XR companies are doing, but also what the third-party developers are doing and what kind of experiences they're doing, and making sure that the experiences they're creating are also taking into consideration all these ethical considerations. So just as a brief overview of some of, taking this concept and looking at the issue of privacy, privacy is really complicated in the sense that, we may need to have different aspects of our laws that are dictating what we can and cannot do for these XR companies. And then there's human rights principles that are informing that. And then also these ethical design principles around how to make sure that how you dealing with that data, making sure that you're not using it in a way that's going to be, above and beyond what people expect when you have access to some of this data. But I think the thing worth noting here is that a lot of these different ethical issues are also, as you use these technologies, you sign the privacy policy and the terms of service. That means as an end user that you are kind of foregoing other maybe rights to privacy because you're entering into these contractual obligations with these companies in order to use the technology itself. So again, as we think about these ethical issues, I think it's important to think about it in terms of the cultural laws and economy and how all these different things are interacting and playing with each other. Sometimes when it comes to privacy, we actually may need new privacy laws, which is kind of limited what you can do with just say only doing a technological architecture solution there. So the last section here is I just wanted to give a little bit more context in terms of how the role of context and human rights is really informing these broader ethical discussions. And as we move forward, what are some strategies to start to think about, how do you manage these different trade-offs? So contextual integrity is a model of privacy that I think is really important, but Hill and Niesenbaum is really talking about how there's a certain context that we're using these technology, and within those contexts, we have normative standards about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. And I think you can take this principle from privacy, but also expand it out to other ethical issues as well. So mapping out all these different domains of human experience and seeing what those different ethical issues are. Specifically, that's sort of what I did on the XR Ethics Manifesto. But here, just briefly, again, more of the overall issues. But more and more, what I'm seeing is that technology companies and people within XR in general are starting to look at human rights frameworks to be able to look at the principles of human rights and then to see how those are going to inform some of these broader ethical considerations. So to take the UN Declaration of Human Rights and start to apply it to these different contexts, then you have things like the friends and community and collective culture with the freedom and equity and diversity and inclusion and freedom of assembly and rights and freedoms for all. There's also other aspects in terms of your rights to home and private property, and different aspects are going to be private there. But there's other aspects here in terms of the degree to which you're interfacing with the government, or the degree to which that you're have access to fair rights to trial. That's a big one in human rights, is having rights to due process. And so as these tech companies become more and more like governments, then what kind of rights do we have in terms of if we get suspended or banned, then all of a sudden, because that's a private company that we're in relationship with, then you basically have no rights to due process to be able to have any sort of appeal or make sure that whatever evidence they may have against you for terms of service violation, that you essentially no longer become a citizen of the metaverse if they can sort of take away all those different aspects of your identity. So identity is also a huge part of that as well, and self-sovereign identity. But this is just this approach that I see as a trend in looking at these human rights as a principle to then see, okay, as these immersive technologies become more and more like us being within actual reality, then how can we be informed by some of these human rights principles? And what's interesting is this is actually what Facebook themselves have been doing in terms of expanding their responsible innovative principles into these dimensions. And these dimensions are exactly that, these different contexts that are informed by human rights. And the thing that's important to note about these contexts and these dimensions is that often when you talk about these ethical dimensions, is that you can't necessarily optimize perfectly for every single one of these different instances. And so it's going to be some trade-offs between some of these different things. And as an example, in order to have really safe online environments, there may be some aspects of your privacy that you have to be subjugated to be recorded in order to have these safe online environments. And so because of that, then knowing where that line is, I think, is going to be changed based upon different types of approaches that people within the XR community are taking. But I think looking to these responsible innovation dimensions, looking at these different contextual dimensions in human rights is a good place to start to look at, okay, how do you actually address some of these different ethical questions that are going to be arising within XR? Again, you can start to map out some of these different issues across these different contexts and contextual domains. And you can see there's a lot of overlaps in terms of what Facebook is seeing and how there's already these different human rights principles across these different contexts. Now, I think these are some of the human rights that are going to be interesting to look at in the future: the freedom of assembly and association, the rights to freedom and equality, ability to be able to democratically participate not only in government but also within these platforms themselves. So how are these governed? Like I was mentioning earlier, different aspects of right to due process, and are there going to be more legal systems that we start to see within these virtual environments? Privacy obviously is a huge issue, and also just being able to have your own freedom of opinion, freedom of expression, and freedom of association. So one couple of last thoughts here is that there's another initiative that's out there called neurorights, and they're looking at these fundamental neurorights in terms of the right to identity, the right to agency, right to mental privacy, right to fair access to mental augmentation, and then the right to be protected from algorithmic bias. These neurorights are some of these things that come up particularly with these neurotechnologies like brain-computer interfaces, but also XR, VR, AR technologies are some of these issues that aren't already being taken into consideration with existing human rights frameworks. Looking to neurorights are going to be ways of kind of informing us, okay, here are some issues that we're going to have to be paying attention to as we move forward. So again, looking at all these different contextual domains and trying to figure out the realms in which WebXR is, addressing specific things. There could be unique technological architectures that, like I mentioned earlier, they're more privacy preserving, but because they're more privacy preserving, you may have less capability. And so there's these different trade-offs, even within WebXR, that has to negotiate and navigate how are they going to land in terms of making access to some of these different types of immersive experiences versus the trade-off with what actually happens to that data. So that's all that I got, and hopefully that gives you a little bit of an overview for some of the different ethical questions that are coming up. I think within WebXR generally, there's probably maybe a subset of some of the different issues that we're seeing just because it hasn't been as well developed. But as time goes on, we're going to see just as many of these different ethical and moral dilemmas come up in WebXR as we're going to within native applications. And I guess one final thing is that on October 12th, I'm also going to be hosting the WebXR Design Summit that's coming up here. So be sure to look out for that and look forward to having more talks and discussions around different design principles within XR.
Well, thank you, Virtual Kent Bai, who can't hear me. That was fantastic. He's such a gem. And with me now, I've got some of the coolest OGs you have maybe never had the pleasure of meeting. I hope you get to one day. We've got Tony Parisi from Unity Technologies. We've got Dan Meeks and Larry Rosenthal. I want you guys to just quickly jump around, give us a little dive into where you are right now and what you're working on, because you have a couple different projects. Dan, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I work in immersive technology. Most of my day job is inside a military simulation. So I build a lot of simulators for the military, but I've had a long history with Janus VR since the beginning. And I've always looked for ways to leverage Janus VR in my own business. Yeah. And I'm working on a Unity project, by the way. So that's another thing I got in my quiver right now. Yeah, so that's a big overall who I am and what I'm working on.
Thanks, Dan. Excited to talk more. Tony.
Thank you for the business, Dan. We appreciate it. So yeah, I work at Unity. I've been here about 5 years, overseeing how our ad tech stack and new bits and pieces of e-commerce technology, cloud technology can be used to power industries beyond gaming. Most people here probably know about Unity as being a prominent game engine, but we're moving into lots of other industries. So my particular purview around that is brand advertising and e-commerce.
Fantastic. Fantastic. And Larry?
So recently, I guess in the last year or so, my partner, Blurima Topali, and myself have been working on an online education platform called Arcadia Virtual, which is kind of a complement and to the MOOCs for online training and dealing, providing the social immersive stuff that really doesn't exist in the Zoom frame world. And we've got an early prototype, and we've been doing some early meetings with partners and doing some small presentations in it. Some things with the neurodiversity and learning. We were targeting adults, but now we're finding, again, it's the COVID era, so everybody needs to learn something, it seems, in a new way. So even now we're looking at neurodiversity in children, and we've been talking about getting funding, and even there's a Unity thing that I just applied for, some Unity. So we're building in a WebXR, and but again, technology has always been something I've been agnostic about, as long as I've known Tony's about what we do with it versus what we, the actual platform company behind it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is, I'm really happy to have you all here. You've been working in this space for a long time. The first wave was, you're no strangers to the first wave. And I'd love to, sort of the purpose of this panel for me, I'd really love to give people an understanding of where this all came from. That's awesome, Dan.
Dan has given us a Galactica reference. Yes.
Where this all came from, and I know, take me back. It's June 1994. There's a young Tony Parisi with hair down to his ass, listening to rock and roll, and he wants to put objects on the web. How did VRML come about?
Well, there you go. And thanks. You hit the nail on the head. I literally wrote the first piece of metaverse code ever, arguably. This guy Mark Pesci and I worked on a prototype to deliver 3D models on the internet, but not like downloaded like by a FTP or something, like using the World Wide Web protocols, HTTP, deliver that stuff over the wire, parse it with tech I knew how to write, because I'm like kind of this compilers guy, and present it in 3D using a real-time library for a PC back in 1994. The real-time library tech came to be, that became Microsoft DirectX. So we were talking about the beginning of the web and the beginning of Direct 3D and Microsoft's rendering, right, which went up against OpenGL at the time. And we connected it to Mosaic. We figured out some secret incantation. So when you click on, there were helper browser windows. It was a separate window. It wasn't even a plugin then. So it was a separate executable. And so you see the 3D in one window, but you click on that and it would launch another web page, and the two could communicate together. So it was hyperlinking and 3D delivery over the web 27 years ago, when nobody had a PC who could really render it. We were still on dial-up modems, and most of this web tech was still pretty rickety. I mean, this was before JavaScript. It was before Java, in fact, that we got this started.
Well, within 3 months, within 3 to 4 months, I had heard about this. I'm in New York. My background was industrial design. I was with Apple doing their seminars on what I called the 3D presentation and visualization, which some people called VR. I used Stratavision and Vertus VR, another product for real-time 3D. I heard they had put this stuff on the web. I immediately reached out to them. I think within 6 months, I started the New York Vermal SIG, which was, I guess, the first user group or meetup in New York, and where everybody had been focused on the beginning of Flash at that point. I took a whole, slew of people and started getting to think about 3D spaces. And then we eventually all came together in a little sweaty cafe in New York City. And I mean, so it was very early about getting designers involved.
And Larry and I met in the early noughts. No, it was the late 90s. And then we reconnected and started working together a lot in the early noughts, when it was almost kind of second wave, when Philip was starting Second Life. So there's a lot of, we have little touch points along the way on a lot of this stuff.
That was the X3D years, where I forget, we called it Ajax 3D or something. Was that?
There were so many buzzwords. There was XML and Ajax.
But the point
I've literally forgotten them all.
And when James McRae started working Janus markup language, it was directly related to VRML. It was just modernized, because at the time Palmer Luckey had the Oculus Rift out, and it was just kind of cultivated for that consumer off the shelf VR. So yeah, same DNA.
It all builds on itself. I mean, when I first tried Janus, I was walking through it, watching it res up, and it was reminding me of Active Worlds, which was another system that was, again, we talk about open standards and non-open standards. It's more of a non-open standards way of doing 3D back in the mid 90s. Again, when 94 to 96, when that first wave hit, and then again it went away.
But all hang on, you mentioned Active Worlds, but all the dominoes fell, Sam. So they were not VRML to begin with. And then one after another, Active Worlds, Cybertown, all of these things came on, Black Sun, all of these things came online and decided to use VRML as the file format. Why resolve that? And they figured that way we could have the biggest group of creators. But then they actually layered multiplayer, multi-user stuff on top. The core of VRML was like delivering 3D content so that you and I could share it. It wasn't about real-time avatar communication. That wasn't the vision, but we hadn't even gotten that far yet. But a lot of impatient people by the late 90s were like, well, I got to build a metaverse on this
Well, very early, too. I mean, if you remember the McDonald brothers, two twins from Long Island who were part of the core group of the New York Vermal Thing, they wrote a multi-user plugin language to use with the Vermal tools. And literally, that's when Starbase C3 was launched. We took the spaceships, and in that little back room in the Alt Coffee Cyber Cafe, we had, people flying spaceships around, chatting with each other in multi-user 3D. And then actually, it was after that I discovered Black Sun, and then used that technology. And then ironically, I took pre-production design from Snow Crash for a game that never got made, and put that into VRML and the Black Sun plugin by 96. So a year after, by 2 years after it started as just production artwork for a game that never got going, the actual models and data sets ended up in the tools and was online, and people were doing, inside the Black Sun bar chatting as avatars.
So here we are, Sam, like all of the four of us have been on a continuum of building this stuff over and over again, by the way.
Right.
We built this all 20 plus years ago.
Yeah.
More than once.
Yeah.
And here we are.
The big shocker for me was when I first met Larry, and I was going on about how we created Gather VR, which was like the first of what I knew of a convention in VR. And then he teleports me in Hubs to a recreation of what he created, and it looked almost exactly the same. And I'm like, I never even heard of this before.
And that was in 2010.
That
was there was a company that again was combining Java and real-time 3D called Altadin out of France. They had a product called 3D Explorer. This is already by 2009, 2010, after the Second Life bubble. There was a momentary after the Second Life bubble from 2006, and when Vivite and things, there was a momentary bubble where people said, let's do conventions and things in 3D. VR Edge was a conference, and actually built some things for that. And that's when, and that year we did a Cloud Slam 2010, all in an online convention, like what people are attempting to do, what Virabella and things are doing now. Yeah. Sam, I lost your audio.
Yeah, we can't. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I thought I would have done a better job of that.
We
Sorry.
saw the hands going.
I was like, you're talking with my hands. Yeah. Well, what I was struck by is, like, you guys have gone through a few waves, right? What I was struck by today in Somnian's face was, I was having a lot of flashbacks to cool things we did in Janus, and it seems so timing based, because I've seen this passionate community building cool cars and race games. I was
watching it,
and I'm not saying it's not fantastic. I've just seen it again and again, and I'm wondering what is the difference. Because to me it seems like there has to be all these other things supporting. It seems like the way that you move fast is if you sort of close it down. And yes, money, but to me it seems like it's more like
of new technologies.
What I got by money is interest. I mean, I saw you guys in Somnium Space, and they've just put the cars in, and they're doing car sales now. Again, I waited 3 years before bringing Starbase C3, which existed in Vermal 10 years earlier, into Second Life, because at that point they had finally instituted an economy. Once there was an economy, I could now make money and give them a percentage like I do with PayPal or selling something on eBay. Then it made sense. Otherwise, I'm just there making them rich by them using my content.
100%.
And
yeah, so I think that is the first pillar. I'm with Larry on this. Like, this is all about timing. What were we talking about in the green room? What were we talking about on Twitter, Larry? Right. Apple finally puts out tablets and Procreate and styluses, and it all comes together.
Yep.
Wacom was around for 20 years before that, right? But now anybody with a tablet and a cheap program like Procreate can do amazing stuff making art. It's all about timing. In this case with the metaverse, it's like Larry is hit on one key thing. We need to incent creators. We need to give them the tools and give them a way to succeed. Or this isn't ever going to happen.
And
sorry,
Dan,
Sam, the next burst is going to happen when we start doing spatial AR. Where you're walking on the sidewalk and not holding a phone. Building your biceps. When that next burst of technology comes out, then you'll get that flurry of creativity again. And just like Larry says, you need the money to kind of make certain.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think we're in a new world. I think that COVID and climate are going to create a new world. I think Faith Popcorn is going to be shown to be right in a lot of ways. I think she's already been proven right in terms of cocooning. We've been forced into cocooning. We're doing it right now with multiple screens. I mean, again, when people ask me, what is it that gets people to understand, that I've been watching again all morning, everybody talk about it, the difference between Samian space or any of these spatial mediums versus the Zoom call thing that we're doing now, is that spatial layer of interface that allows for a much more natural communication style of not being basically smiling TV heads that have to be on 24/7.
Larry, I think this is time for my magic trick, by the way. So,
I love that.
So when I moved up here, I did a Matterport scan before I even saw this apartment, and we figured out how to move in. So, getting back to the topic of the talk,
yes, thank
stories,
you, Dan.
I use this model in Janus VR to figure out where all it's tiny apartments, like 700 square feet.
Right.
Not everything was going to fit, so we actually used Janus VR to get everything to fit perfectly, and my wife and I never had a fight. So,
nice.
Wow.
Well, I agree. The mixed reality aspect of where AR and VR, combine. The point I was getting is that I think more and more people are going to be spending their time. The aspect of mobile is going to be moved back a little bit in terms of what brings interactive 3D real-time media forward. That's all I'm suggesting.
But that said, I want to pick up a couple of these threads. I'm looking at the comment threads here. Memento Video's chiming in with this whole end user thing. So we talked about the creators component of this, but at the end of the day, if you don't have the users, the community members, the consumers ready for this technology, wanting this technology, it's also not going to succeed. And we're at a different place than we were the last two major times we tried this.
Right.
You've got Snap with lenses. You've got all these different consumer touch points educating people. The computers have gotten faster. The user experience is way less clunky. We're not quite there with WebXR yet, but we're going to get there. And so now we have two generations, I think, at this point of digital natives who are ready for this. And the use cases are becoming much more obvious. So you tie that together with the creativity, and Dan was saying it, like walking down the street with my AR glasses. That's only going to matter if people do that. If they get the glasses, if they want those experiences, because otherwise, we're in a different state where that's never going to take off.
I agree.
That's another key element to this.
I'm going to jump into the success story piece in a sense, Samantha, if you don't mind, because again,
please, yeah,
my success story of this current go around, it's not about even digital natives, what they were called, because most of these people can be 45 or above. They could be people who are TV natives. I mean, the point I'm getting at is that 15 years ago, a friend of mine who I've known for 20 years, who has a late night horror show, Mr. Lobo, Cinema Insomnia. Okay, so here's a television celebrity like Elvira or Svengoolie. Okay, so he broadcasts. That's what he's been doing for 20 years and has thousands of fans, whatever, all over the world. He meets them when he used to go to Comic-Cons and those, and do a live theater event. That's where he gets his money from, and things like that. So COVID hits. There's no Comic-Cons. There's no local shows, no Monsterpaloozas. He's cut off from selling trinkets and CD-ROMs, DVDs. But even 15 years ago, we had built a theater in Second Life, and we would do Friday night movies. But at that time, the ability to use Second Life, you need to be a member. You needed a high-end computer. Okay, the friction to get in was quite high, so that it was actually only really my audience from Starbase that would come to the movies, my fans, not his, quote unquote. But now, since COVID, we've been doing shows now using WebXR, using Mozilla hubs, the same models exported now into an open one-click URL, no membership away. So, and he does movies as well on YouTube, Twitch. Bottom line is, we'll get 50 to 100 people of his own fans. His fans are showing up now, so they love it. They discovered this new medium to be together, socially, and this is not what we call a digital native crowd. These are a lot of cantankerous old, people who grew up like.
Well, we wouldn't know anything about that.
Right. So the bottom line is, they found the media presented them a return, either, on investment or entertainment on this side. And they're able to do it also because of the fact that they can view it on their phone. They can view it on an iPad, a PC. Yeah. Only a few come in HMDs.
Yeah.
But the ones who do. So
that's fantastic. I mean, I want to hear more success stories, because I want to keep it positive and not sound too much like we've done it all before and there's nothing new under the sun, because there is always, we're always reinventing new ways to put this stuff together, because there's so many pieces. My little success story from my early days, I think, is my favorite story to tell about being using the immersive web, was actually at my first VRTO experience. I was supposed to host a hacker's guide to the metaverse in the basement of the venue, which turns out had no internet connection. And so that became very difficult, but we used just tiny little servers with this hacked together protocol called Avalon that lets you put IPFS caches and the Janus web server right onto a little Raspberry Pi. And we were able to have, I think, 7 or 9 people in there at one time, all building completely on just one private little Raspberry Pi server in a basement. And we're all building WebXR, and people are bringing in their file formats, and we're sharing them. And to me, that was like a huge success in like such an early space where people are delivering these massive 4 GB apps to people's phones. Here we are, 8 of us in a tiny little web server together. That made me stick with the web. Like with all the other crap, like that experience was so powerful for me to see that we pulled it off. That was like a huge success story for me. So I'd love to hear one of yours, Tony, other than making the very first code of the metaverse, which was.
Well, okay, this one's going to be also a little bit arrogantly large in scope, so apologies, but this is the next one that comes to mind. Larry, you're going to have to learn how to say it. GLTF. Okay.
Right.
So here we were working on a bunch of stuff in WebGL. People were making really cool, tons of demos in WebGL, which to me is the underpinning of the rendering underpinning of all this stuff, right? And it still continues to be. There will be, we've got web render coming. There's a bunch of stuff coming, web GPU, whatever. But, WebGL was the foundation of 2010, 2011. It was starting to really take off. And everyone kept writing their own content pipelines for every WebGL application. They had that another OBJ converter, another this, another that. And so there was this little movement to start working on a file format that could be common across all those. And in our quiet spare time, we did it, and we finally created the JPEG of 3D in the form of GLTF. It's not vermal. It's not about, it doesn't define the behaviors. It's not trying to do the whole metaverse. It's giving you a way to exchange 3D content from client to server across through pipelines, whatever. And it quietly has become a complete success across the industry in terms of tools outputting it, tools inputting it, ingesting it. When you go to Snap and get 3D content, that 3D content is largely GLTF. When you go and get Facebook 3D lenses or whatever, it's GLTF. That's what's powering a lot of the stuff in the Oculus.
Yep.
Unity's Ads uses it. I mean, it is Microsoft uses it in PowerPoint. It is just everywhere quietly. And to me, that is a massive success So it's, it's one of these things that's just like, okay, it's JPEG. You assume it's there. It's like that.
That's a huge deal, because if I'm on the convention floor, showing this gigantic simulator on my phone, I only got a few seconds of a potential client's attention. And I can't wait for a Collada file to take 50 megabytes to download my phone in a busy convention center. So that GLTF stuff, yeah, absolutely essential.
Yep. No, I'm saying all my content that was 25 years old, that was 3DS, OBJ, and DXF stored, is all now in the format. I mean, that's in that format.
We still can't pronounce it though. But that's cool. Thank you for saying that, Larry.
I call it glib.
Well, that's the binary one. Glib is fine.
That's what I use.
Okay, so we've got GLTF, we have WebGL becoming WebGPU, we have self-sovereign identity, we have a lot of specs with the WebXR API. What specs should people be paying attention to? Let's list them. Let's make sure people write them down and know what they are so they can get involved. We talked about a few of them today. I haven't heard anyone definitively list what these specs are that you guys see having longevity here, and people that something that people should pay attention to.
So absolutely WebXR and GLTF, and then USDZ someone's mentioning in the comments, because that's the Apple version of that. That's their QuickTime of 3D. That's going to be out there because it's going to support all their it's going to support all their tools. Their tools will support it. So that will coexist with GLTF. So one should pay attention to USDZ as well, for sure.
And then I think the other key is what it doesn't exist yet, but I think whatever comes out of the crypto, out of of where Ethereum and other things are today, whatever becomes that coinage that can be embedded into the data.
I think there'll be lots. I personally think people should be following along with the verifiable credentials stack, decentralized identifiers, and the work that's being done on digital identity prior to blockchain, prior to all of these things. There's people have been thinking on this in this space for
Ethereum too.
Been modeling primitives. So I think that's seeing that people starting to understand that the who they are online is chunks of data and that they don't have control over. And actually, when we think about just a form factor changing, there's something that happens really funny. Like my dog, every time he sees a mannequin, he just gets so excited. And I think we kind of sometimes forget that the format that is natural to us is ourselves. Like these mirror neurons are in our body and we're used to seeing ourselves. Mm-hmm. And so the sort of avatar side seems to be coming really, really important. And to me, it's like even Albin was saying that this morning at our fireside chat about how he originally thought, our iframe embedder, like the thing that we embed in, that's the important thing that we have to keep everywhere. But what he realized was, no, it's not. It's actually the object inside of the box that we need to focus on. And so I see that happening right now with people. We're like, oh, we're in the box, right? And then there's these sort of new protocols emerging around that. And I think one of the things that I thought also on that note was so funny when we were first starting Janus VR was people were making all these controlled designs around like alt space and stuff of how you look. And then I remember showing clients like things from the web, and it's just it's all sorts of stuff from literally all over the web, like every file format you can imagine, like really high res, low res and stuff. And people are like, what is this? It looks like a bad 90s trip. And it's like,
yeah, but that's great. I mean, that's the VR chat style, right? That's what I mean. The metaverse on the web is going to be VR chat style. It's going to be a complete free for all.
Yeah, it needs to be. And so that's the thing. I think it's like, what are the file formats that we think are going to enable people to see themselves or have more agency? Where are the platforms and the people sort of trends going where we're going to have more agency? And where do you see that going?
Dan, I'm waiting on Dan.
Well, to the avatar part, I'm just so tickled that I can go to Ready Player Me and create an avatar of myself, and I put it in WebVR, I've put it in VR chat, and I put it into my own military simulation software. I can look down the nose of a Predator drone and see myself walking around town. It's great. See my shiny head from the top.
I love Ready Player Me.
And I know that's one of the, when people start talking metaverse, that's one of the things that they go on about is this interoperability where you can take your data to different places. And
Avatar
I'm already doing it. It's
group.
Was that
back to the Avatars working group of God knows how long ago.
I mean, that is the thing. There will need to be interoperability around this kind of the identity level and the what the thing looks like and how it performs level for sure. And you might have GLTF doing the skins, but that is not the wave gesture. That is not how you interact socially. Those are layers much more on top of that. Some other kind of policy layers.
And the value
or
of
simply how do I know what this thing is doing? What's that, Larry?
The value. What's the value of that? That dress that I just bought for that in that press release for $30,000. That NFT dress. What does it mean when I now take it into another virtual world? All of a sudden, it's being copied and cloned, and what is the value anymore?
And not everything needs to have like provenance or attribution, right? Like we used to just make with Creative Commons or Google Blocks, you throw all those into an IPFS server, and then now you have this easy drag and drop objects into worlds. I don't need to know whose object it was. I just need to know that I can take it from one place and drop it in Hubs and drop it in Janus, and it's going to work the same way.
Well, I think we need to figure out a mediated society, just like like all societies are mediated. I mean, in real life, it's either God or nature that one believes in creating the universe, the so-called metaverse or whatever it is we're in. We are the keeper of it, so we're building it. We're the mediator of it. And we'll have to figure out what those, conventions are so that we either have anarchy or society. And I think that's been also a fight for 25 years between those who even want anarchy and chaos. And I think that's the irony is, it's the old McLuhan, we design our tools and then they mediums and then they design us. I mean, how much of the last 20 years mucking around with pixels and Sims Online and Second Life has brought us to 2021 America, and the fact that we have a recall election going on right this moment, as easy as changing an avatar supposedly, by flipping a switch in a virtual world. I mean, that's a metaphor, but it's not really. It's kind of a direct line.
We're on our way there for sure, and I just wanted to add VRM to the sort of avatar file format thing to put on people's radars there, because I know for me with my Blondtron virtual performer, I'm exporting her into VRM, GLTF, Miku Miku Dance, like where a lot of different file formats, because I want to make it easy for her to appear in all these different places.
I think the audience avatar, that's going to be an important format of anything.
Totally.
The ability to be an audience avatar, forget about all the things you have to do in a virtual world, but if you just want to go into a club and either, just listen to music or dance or watch a movie, that might be a killer right there of need that goes across everybody's platforms.
Are these guys dad bombing our panel? What's happening over here?
No, we've been listening. We have been listening.
Hey, Tony.
It's like the Brady Bunch.
They said dance and California elections, so we all wanted to show up.
Yeah, there you go.
I thought you'd be in the polling places right now, Joanna. Jeez.
They're dancing.
We have thoroughly enjoyed your discussion. This has been a rousing, fun thing to listen to. So thank you so much for doing that. Everybody's been in back going, this is great. We love this. So thank you for an amazing discussion.
Oh, it's so fun. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. And I'm super excited for this next panel. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
To another 25 years.
At least. All right, guys. I am here with my panel. We are going to be talking about removing friction to reaching consumers and customers. I have some unbelievably amazing people from the industry here with me today. I have Joanna Popper, who needs no introduction, but I will let her introduce herself. We have Aaron Axu, who is XR Manager at Deloitte. We have Jeremy Dalton, who is an author, and we have Tom Emmerich. If you guys want to introduce yourselves a little more deeply than I just did, please feel free. Go right ahead, Joanna.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for hosting us. It's great to be here virtually with you all. Hopefully one day again live in the not too distant future. And it's great to see Tony and Larry and Samantha and everybody else. I'm at HP. I lead our go-to-market for virtual reality, and I also have been a producer on some XR productions at various film festivals.
Thank you. Tom?
Hi, everybody, and thanks for having me. I'm Tom Emmerich, and I'm the VP of Product at Eighth Wall. We're a leading web-based augmented reality development platform, very passionate about making the web a powerful place for reality content, and I head up both product and marketing in the organization.
And do an amazing job of it.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful company. Jeremy.
Hey, Linda, and hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the author of a book called Reality Check, and this is designed to help newbies to virtual reality and augmented reality understand its impact from a business perspective. And I also happen to be the lead of the virtual reality and augmented reality team for PwC in the UK.
Very cool. And Aaron, last but not least.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the invitation, Linda. Nice to see you and Tony as well after a while. I'm Aaron Aksu. I'm a senior manager at Deloitte's digital reality practice, so focused on all things AR, VR. I've been in the space for the past 10 years and came from a startup called Emblematic Group, focused on immersive journalism and documentary filmmaking. And then I joined the enterprise world, and I'm much more focused on government and business and enterprise using AR, VR now. Looking forward to this conversation.
Very good. I am so incredibly grateful to have all of you here. Now, the rules for our talk today is that this is very open and free flowing. So I have some questions, but I'd love it if you guys want to talk to each other. If you say, well, now that you say that, I'm thinking of something, please do. I'm hoping to have enough time for a Q&A session at the end. So if we have some few minutes at the end, we'll do that. If you are listening and you would like to post a question, please post it in the Discord and we can bring it up later on. All right, so the subject at hand is removing friction to reaching consumers and customers. I thought it would be really fun to just launch this panel with, a stake in the ground and just say, please discuss this stake for right or for wrong. So this is my stake in the ground. Companies need to start thinking about how to integrate XR into their strategy when planning how they approach and interact with customers and consumers. And all customer touchpoints will be impacted. So it's not just marketing, it's sales, it's customer service, it's operations, all of it will be affected. So here's the question. Based on your perspectives, what are the things that you think are holding companies back from XR right now? And what are the barriers to adoption? And I did specifically say XR, not WebXR, because I want to get to the WebXR part of it after we talk about the barriers to adoption there and what the friction points are. So that was my stake in the ground. Anybody? Tom, you're nodding your head pretty enthusiastically.
Sure,
what do you think?
I can throw a horseshoe around that stake and see how close I get to it. So I think one of the big things for me is storytelling. I think sharing success stories, sharing data points, sharing case studies is extremely important, especially in the early days of the use of a new technology. I remember so clearly when Google, for example, released finally a blog post on Google Glass Enterprise Edition a while back. And it was like the first time we had seen a really powerful statistic around how assisted reality was changing the enterprise space. And then from there, it was astonishing to just watch the press, start to have more and more stories from the enterprise around how to use, monocular heads-up displays and augmented reality devices to really move the needle within work. And I think on the flip side, from our camp, just in the case studies and the proof points that we're sharing in the use of WebAR for marketing and advertising, we're seeing the same as well. One story leads to another, and this really helps to boost confidence within the space, as well as to paint a much clearer picture as to where augmented reality is moving the needle. And the answer, as you mentioned, Linda, is in every single phase of the marketing funnel and beyond, right? And so this is really what I think we need within the industry is more proof points, more case studies, more data points, because essentially what industries are doing is they're putting together their business cases, and they need this as really powerful data points to be able to justify pilots, experimentations, and especially full rollouts. You know what I mean?
Right. Aaron, I know you mentioned when we talked before this you talk about the enterprise a lot. Do you have something to add that you want to say?
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of what Tom said, I think business cases and case studies and more data is absolutely what we need. What we're seeing is, I think in this third generation of VR or AR, I think Tony and Larry can attest to the generations, right, of the jetpack that was promised. we saw a lot of different types of, AR, VR applications that really weren't good representations of what AR, VR is good for in the enterprise world. Without naming any clients, we saw anywhere from how do you roll a better burrito through $1 million application to how do you have a roller coaster experience that's going to make you nauseous, right? For a theme park. And so I think a lot of those types of experiences of let's just throw AR, VR technology at every single thing really caused an issue with enterprises being misled and misunderstanding what AR, VR was capable of. And so now I think we're beginning to see hotspots of where AR, VR is actually very impactful. And a lot of companies are doing case studies on those. And it's prompting more interest and more demand. So I think I like taking a human-centered design approach, very much so, and really understanding or trying to understand what the core of a problem might be. And then once I really understand what the problem is, whether it's an enterprise user or a consumer, then I like applying AR, VR, or if it's another technology where AR, VR doesn't belong, taking the client towards that frontier technology. So I think it really is about, what is the core problem? And is AR, VR really the right solution for you? And then the case studies, as Tom mentioned, is how I
understand. I have to tell you a story. I was head of digital strategy for a large ad agency in New York 12 years ago. And the funny part of it was we had a client who wanted to use Second Life at the time. And it was, my response to her was, I know it's cool, but what does it do for your brand? Like, your brand is middle-aged men traveling in the middle of the country midweek to stay in a local hotel. They don't want to go see you in Second Life. Like, this is not a solution, right? Yeah. So if you come at it from a strategy perspective about how it fits, then I think I understood. We shouldn't lead by the technology. We should lead by the use case. Joanna, Jeremy, weigh in. I'm talking now.
Well, there's a lot to say about it. I think that your original stake was all these different places where VR, XR can fit along different workflows and pipelines that are mainly customer facing. There's also a lot of interesting internal use cases, such as learning and development, enterprise training, product design, and across products, across AEC, fits in really nicely in those workflows. So I think to the points that have been made about where does it really fit well is important. Having those the ROI of clear case studies is important. An interesting thing on enterprise is that, like Aaron just mentioned, that he didn't want to mention his clients' names, right? So often, there isn't always public data about somebody did this and this was the results were, because a lot of these enterprise or first responder type groups that we work with don't necessarily want to share all of their privileged information. But that said, Jeremy and his team just did a great study. So I'll throw it over to you, Jeremy, about the great study you did with some really strong data about the power of XR.
Thanks, Joe. So it's true that we definitely need more data points when it comes to XR and industry. However, I would say that there is enough out there to act as a hook for clients to have information and to get them interested in the value of the technology, or at least get them talking about it in a way that is a bit more than paying lip service to the technology. The problem then becomes converting them, like really getting them to put down the money. And I think we're alluding to this point on the panel as well. Yeah. What I find generally causes that issue is the fear of the unknown. So you have even innovation leaders and people who are there who are meant to be exploring the frontier of innovation and emerging technologies. They themselves still fear implementing something that they have not done before, and they have not been involved in, they don't have a sound knowledge of. And that holds organizations back, because it is effectively a fear of failure. What if we implement this and it doesn't have the impact that we hope for? I can't wrap my hand around this technology yet. So let's not engage. You tend to get an incentivization to go back to the status quo. That's the nice, more comfortable area. Let's just stick with the normal e-learning packages and and things like that when it comes to a training context in this case.
Yeah.
And I think there's a territorial aspect to that as well. And we can discuss that more later, but in the UK at least, and there's a hierarchy of sort of technological innovation and adoption. The US definitely, I would say, is superior to the UK when it comes to taking risks and wanting to engage with this technology. And naturally, a lot of other countries around the world will form some part of that hierarchy.
Jeremy, it's funny you said that about the Innovation Lab, because it was one of my questions. You think, is XR trapped in the Innovation Lab? But you covered it, so I don't have to ask that. What opportunities do you as a panel think that WebXR brings to this mix? Because we talked about some of the friction around XR. What does WebXR bring that could solve some of these problems?
I love to jump in on that. I think one of the things that would answer your question here, but also maybe even piggyback off of the conversation we just had, is interoperability and scale, and seeing augmented reality and virtual reality and 3D as part of a holistic solution that allows for you to, for example, invest in 3D assets and use 3D assets in multiple ways to see multiples on your investment. And the web is a very open, flexible, free place that integrates very nicely into existing systems, new systems. And so I think the one thing that I would really stress when it comes to WebXR in particular is that you're able to leverage augmented reality and virtual reality in a way that makes use of your legacy systems, your existing systems. You can mix, especially we're seeing on the WebAR side, you can mix in WebAR marketing campaigns very nicely with your digital ad spend or your social ad spend or your out-of-home signage. And I think it's when you start to show how augmented reality and virtual reality, or WebXR, can fit within the strategies that these organizations are already working with, and how they're going to enhance and level up, while also providing the learnings to then start to transition fully into these technologies. That things get really exciting, and that's also why we're able to move outside of the innovation zone, is because it's no longer innovation, it's business transformation, digital transformation. It's part of that journey.
I like that, reframing it. I think that's a good one.
I've also, can I add to that, Linda, as well?
Yeah, please do.
The reduction in friction, and Tom's part covered this as well, but it comes from this effectively having the technology in our pockets by default to enable this technology and make it accessible to a wide range of audiences. When I conducted research for Reality Check, I determined that it was over 2 billion mobile devices that were capable of high-end augmented reality. And by that, I mean effectively the mobile device is capable of understanding the surfaces in an environment, and therefore you can place 3D objects, materials, media in context with that environment, anchored to a point in that environment. And that also enables a lot of interesting use cases. But despite how amazing that is, and the fact that we didn't have access to that only a few years ago, or at least the mainstream consumers didn't, we now have a third or more of the population of mobile devices, or at least the population of humanity, that have the ability to conduct that type of technology and use it.
It's interesting you bring that up, Jeremy. We had someone on the town hall a few weeks ago, and he was from India. He's a developer, and he was building a WebXR classroom, and it was beautiful, and it was fully interactive. And his point was, you're all great talking about these headsets, but we can't afford them. And people in India are still using the mobile web, and they're using Google Glass, the cardboard, And I think we were all like, wow, we hadn't thought about that. There's an emerging market side. And I know, Joanna Popper, that might not be the best thing for HP necessarily to be leapfrogging, but I think it's an interesting point that there's a lot of people out there who aren't necessarily still accessing all this stuff. You unmuted. Do you have something you want to add to that?
Sure. Well, you mentioned my name, so yeah, absolutely. We're working in this area. We're highly focused for right now on headsets, but we also have computers and lots of other technology at HP, and so we're working. We have Chromebooks and just lots of different price points and lots of different ways that we interact with customers really all over the world. And so we work very intensely with customers in India and many other countries. And so we get to see. I mean, we say that we have the most comprehensive commercial XR portfolio across the entire ecosystem, because we have different things for different use cases and different price points. Whether it's something like HP Reverb G2 Omnicept Edition, which comes with eye tracking and pupillometry and face camera and heart rate sensor, as well as an SDK for cognitive load and more coming on that. And then apps that are being built on top of it, or it's something that's being used in a school that is just easily accessible and in terms of price and in terms of other factors. So it's a really exciting time, and I think that everything that we can do that removes the friction, that puts it in, and that puts the technology and bridges that digital divide and puts the access to the full solution, not just the hardware, not just the software, but that full solution into a customer, at an enterprise level or at a consumer level's hands is incredibly important, and that's like what we're all working on.
That's great. I loved it. I almost didn't want to bring that up because I was like, Joanna's going to be on from HP. I don't want to talk about it, but that was a beautiful answer, and I love it. I think it's fantastic.
I think I'm so thin-skinned, I can't.
No, not that. I just thought, we were talking about positive things. Hey, Tom, Eighth Wall is a huge leader in the WebXR space. So I would love to hear some of your favorite examples of how companies are using your technology to overcome the pain points that we're talking about. You're muted. Sorry.
I was going to say they're all my favorite, but I'll just talk about a couple that come to mind.
Who's your favorite child?
So listen, one of the many things that I love about working at Eighth Wall, which is a developer platform, is just being surprised and delighted by the creativity and the use of our tools on a regular basis. Some of the experiences that just come to mind are anything from air cards and XRM utilizing Eighth Wall to create a WebAR portal for the Super Bowl halftime with The Weeknd, which was triggered off of a Pepsi can, especially marked Pepsi can. Scan the QR code, which is one of the magical ingredients of being able to access WebAR and immediately be able to be brought into a WebAR portal that makes you feel more connected to a game where at this time, not many people were actually able to go in person to the Super Bowl because of the pandemic. Just recently, also we have an experience for Candyman created by Powster, which is a really interesting example of leveraging Eighth Wall's technology mixed with Google Voice technology, where if you dare, you say Candyman 5 times into a virtual mirror, and as you say Candyman, it recognizes the word, and bees start flying out of your mouth and your ears, and
hilarious.
It's all recorded. So certainly there's a lot of use with WebAR to really allow for users and consumers to feel connected to brands. One of my favorite words within the augmented reality space and virtual reality space is experience, and I think that sums it up very well. We're now creating experiences for consumers which are much different than the advertising and marketing that traditional digital media is offering. You watch a video, you listen to a podcast, but you experience augmented reality and virtual reality. And with that, then we're seeing, dwell time of 5 minutes or more within an experience. We're seeing conversion rates in experience at around 18% in some cases. We're seeing, a lift in sales of 4x for specific collections that are being promoted within the WebAR environment. And so definitely proof points, definitely memorable, meaningful, interactive experiences. And I think pointing out a survey that the Emoto Institute did in asking consumers if they wanted to see more of these advertisements moving forward, web AR advertisements. 70% said yes, and it's because it's new, it's engaging, it's intrinsically personal because it's using them or their space, and it's highly interactive, and therefore you remember the brand, and you feel more connected leaving the experience.
If we have any people listening who are working at ad agencies and want to know more about how to incorporate WebXR into their advertising, what are your suggestions, all of you? What are your suggestions for how to get people more on board with trying this kind of stuff? And how do you, from the consumer perspective, we have to get people to understand that they can experience these ads, not just look at them, right? What do people think about that? Some ideas around how to get people involved, more involved.
I think putting these types of experiences, to go back to your previous question, Linda, I think
I know we're
one of the issues, I guess the elephant in the room is that, with COVID, we've all been digital first, right? We've all been making purchase decisions at home. We haven't been leaving our houses. We haven't necessarily been visiting spots to go buy things as much. We've been using Amazon and a bunch of different websites to buy everything that we're buying. And people just don't like downloading applications unless they really have to. So having a web-based version of AR/VR and being able to access AR/VR through the web, I think is very organic and is the natural extension to how we would interact with the internet. But also, I think it's really important to utilize existing user interfaces and user experiences that people are familiar with to access these types of experiences. So I think if there was more AR experiences or VR experiences on the web through user interfaces that looked very similar to TikTok or Instagram or Snapchat without actually having to download an application for it, I think we would see a lot more push or drive or demand towards web-based AR/VR, which I think is pretty exciting.
That's great. That's a really good point.
UX are pretty important.
Yeah.
Well, and Aaron, you worked also, you worked at Emblematic with Noni with Reach, which is also
Exactly. So we had built while I was at Emblematic as well a web-based content creation platform that would have photogrammetry assets, large environments in 3D that you could pull, and we were looking to give the ability for people that didn't necessarily have access to these types of environments or didn't want to learn how to use Unity, the ability to create these types of experiences and then publish them off the web. And so, there's been push towards creating these types of platforms for content creation. But I think on the content consumption side, people are used to what they're used to, and there's billions of dollars going into user experience research. And I think if the AR/VR industry capitalizes on that a little bit as well, we'll see a lot more adoption of WebXR in general.
I think lenses have helped a lot. Instead of it being called augmented reality, it's just, hey, this is I look like a potato right now, like I did before we all met. Anyway, Jeremy.
Ray-Bans as well.
I'm sorry?
Now with Ray-Bans. So,
yes,
that's also going to help.
They're on the path to getting people used to using the glasses as more than just visual aids. Yes, I agree. Jeremy, do you have a comment?
Yeah. Yeah, to your point, Linda, about getting business leaders to engage with this technology, it's a point that, to be honest, applies to XR in general, but certainly to AR as well, and even web AR. This technology is unlike other technologies in the sense that it's very visual, it's very visceral sometimes. And as a result, it's a front-end technology. It's not a back-end technology where an algorithm does something smart and then presents you with some textual information or output, which is very, educational, informative, persuasive, whatever the objective is. This is an output that evokes an emotional response. And as a result, you really need business leaders to try it firsthand to understand it fully. And I've seen this time and time again where, as we usually do, and Erin will recognize this, we bring out a slide deck, because that is the language of business generally. And people they understand, they see the return on investment figures. It all makes sense. Yes, this is great. This is great. This ticks the box. That ticks the box. But with VR and AR, it's not just a box ticking exercise. It is necessary to experience it, to communicate the value in a way that words and slides cannot. And I've seen so many times a complete switch where we've got someone bought into the idea. Conceptually, they're bought in. But it's only when you give them the experience that you see they've made the transition for themselves into being sold, and suddenly they are the champion and proponent of the technology rather than me being the main proponent of it.
Right.
Jeremy, that's by PowerPoint, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I also think that another thing, again, just kind of putting things in context, is history repeating itself. And so I always like to refer back to previous waves of computing to really put into context like what's happening today. And so whether that be reminding them that the mobile web was not something that was immediately adopted until maybe too late for some brands, all the way through to video and just the journey of video and the adoption of video. So I think I do agree with Jeremy. I think there's nothing better than showing the technology. It's what caused me to get into the meetup community building way back in 2013 when wearable technology was really new. You could talk about smart glasses until you're blue in the face, but no one really knows what that feels like until you put them on. Joanna knows that firsthand. But in lieu of that, I think it's also just reminding them that there's these natural cycles that happen with technology, and there's too many signals, like way too many signals now to not ignore, to the fact that this is the next wave of computing and that your business needs to really take note of it. That being said, the last thing I'll say before I give the floor back to you, Linda, is the pandemic for me really was a wake-up call of how many businesses truly still had a lot of work to do with digital transformation outside of AR and VR. And I think, and also people, like, I don't know how many of my friends were on Zoom or FaceTime for the very first time in 2020. And so I think it's something to be said about, and it's a very unfortunate world event. And so just with that in light of how much of a catalyst this pandemic may have been in helping to close that gap on digital transformation, which may have been necessary for the foundation to be built for AR VR discussions to be had. I always say now that it's clear that we needed people to understand virtual before virtual reality, and I think that this is what's happening. You know what I mean?
Agree. I think companies finally realize they can work with a decentralized workforce, and all of a sudden they realize how expensive it is to have office space, and now everybody can just stay home and hopefully someday use their headsets to meet in 3D. That's what I'm hoping for anyway. I think, people didn't want to do Zoom, and then all of a sudden they were doing it for family meetings and Sunday dinners, and all of a sudden like that spilled over into their social life. And I think VR, I talk about VR now, but it is also that same thing will happen where they're like, we have to use this technology for work, and now we're going to start to, and that will help drive more adoption of it. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Jeremy, I think.
No, it's okay. I was just going to mention, has anyone seen that joke meme chart which says survey conducted of business leaders, what has pushed your business into pursuing your digital transformation? And it's sort of 2% saying senior leadership, 3% something else, and then 95% COVID-19.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Well, on that note, thank you so much, everybody. It has been fantastic. I wish we could talk a lot longer. I wanted to, Samantha and Julie are here. I wanted to say that we're taking a break, and when we get back, Jason Marsh is going to be our guest. So thank you for watching, and thank you to all my panelists for being here. It was truly an honor, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, everyone, for joining us
Thank
today.
you.
Hey, guys.
Thank you. And Samantha, before we leave, just thought we'd do a quick recap of the last couple of sessions that were so great. My brain's reeling. I don't know about you.
I know. I'm just like deep with I've got like 20 water cups around me. I'm just like trying to stay hydrated, take it all in. I'm like, it's a dream. I can't believe just the candor of people, how much people are sharing, and the great things that are being brought up I hadn't even thought of. So what
So
is
much
your highlight?
history, so much history, I think,
Yeah.
and learning about the early adopters. And I think this is a really good piece to jump into, because we had the Polio Awards in February, where we actually recognized all the people who had paved the way to get us to today. Like, this technology didn't start when COVID started. It's years and years of in the making. And hearing, Tony and Larry and Dan and yourself talk about this, it was a little bit eye-opening for myself, just seeing the path they took. So we're really excited that we're going to be holding the Polys again next year to celebrate again another year of all the great and talented, really talented people in this ecosystem, building services and tools and contributing. Even from a business perspective, like the last panel, there's so many people contributing to it. So we'll have some more news on the Polys coming up, and we have some nomination dates. So we'll definitely publish those. But why don't we take a quick break? I know you and I could probably use a few minutes, like the rest of our WebXR business team. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And do you want to? Who's joining us at 6:15?
At 6:15, we have Jason Marsh. He's the CEO of Flow Immersive, and he's going to be talking to us about data storytelling, immersive data storytelling. This is like one of my passions, so I'm very excited. Make sure to come back.
Yeah, and really, we've got 3 more sessions after Jason's. We've got interoperability across the metaverse. I'll be doing my panel on anticipating disruption, letting history be our guide. And then we have Sophia's interview with Gabe Baker from Frame. And then, of course, we have our after party for those.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, load up on Red Bull, and we'll see you soon.
Somebody delivered one to me, so I'm good to go.
Perfect.
We're like 7 hours and counting. We still have a few more to go.
Yeah.
Ben, do you want to throw up the screen so Samantha and I can take a quick break? Thanks, everybody, for being with us today. And again, to our sponsor, FutureWay. Stay with us. We have a few more hours to go and lots of learning to come. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
And we're back already.
Back. Hi.
It was fast, but we're ready to go. And next, we're going to be talking about immersive data storytelling with Jason Marsh. So it's going to be an interesting topic.
Yeah, I like this thing that's happening, or we're starting to see happen with specs focusing on interoperability with their APIs. It's sort of like the web going from 1.0 to 2.0, getting this data layer. It's like things are starting to stay alive a little bit, or change with data flows. Even just something like visualizing the flight data or something. Like, these are all things that I get really excited about, because these are these little pockets and windows in that we can start to see and use with WebXR. So I'm super excited to have Jason Marsh here and tell us his amazing story with data.
Hi, Jason. Welcome.
Hello, Julie. Hello, Samantha.
Hi.
Well, now that people are starting to figure out, the immersive web and just all the things that we can do with this technology, the big question of data point collection and what happens to it. How do we look at that? How do we see that? And what story does it tell? That's why we have you here today. So like Samantha, I'm looking forward to your presentation. And will you be sharing a screen today, or?
I'll use my video. I'll have it happening over my shoulder.
Amazing. Well, the stage is all yours. We're looking forward to your presentation. Thanks for joining us today.
Super, thanks. So hello, I'm Jason Marsh, and I'm the CEO and founder of Flow Immersive. And Flow Immersive is really about data communication, about the presentation of data and ideas in a way that will really stick and be much more powerful than what we're used to with PowerPoint, etc. So a core part of that is about the use case and about the enterprise use case. And so, this is a business summit. I really want to weave the story of kind of how we got here, and what we're doing, as well as what we're doing, and describe a lot of the why. Why does this matter? Because without the why, then we're all just having fun with our headsets, and we're not actually moving the bar forward. So first, let me just describe a little bit about what Flow is. And you're actually seeing it here. Flow is, of course, WebXR. It's all running in a browser. And what we're primarily focused on is engagement, understanding, and by understanding, I mean really building good mental models of our information. I'm going to move myself out of the way here just a little bit. There we go. Really building good mental models of the information in the minds of our audience. And data is one of those things where the complexity is such a powerful piece of the puzzle. It helps an audience to have a nice, credible understanding of the content. And then levels of interaction. Are people just sitting and watching? And we built a tool so people don't have to sit and watch. They can all participate. So as I walk through this, what is it that we're actually trying to solve for, and what are we driving? We're driving better data-driven decisions. And in a use case around sales, about better sales conversions, faster sales conversions. But let's talk about data-driven decisions, because the world has some problems. I think we can all agree on that. And to us, I think the best way we're going to be able to solve those is through the credibility and understanding that comes with really good data and data knowledge. So what we're doing is not, quote, data visualization. It's not just a Tableau use case, which is about the analysis of data. It's about a presentation use case. It's the data story that brings together the head of data visualization and the heart of a presentation of a good story. And that's where we're focusing. I'm going to show you a real quick example, but then address some of these business points. So for example, this is a real simple data story. The first step of it says, hey, it looks like the whole country voted red. Well, it turns out that land doesn't vote, people vote. And when we expand out the view to actually see that the population centers did vote majority blue, and that the whole thing is interactive. If we took another minute here, which we don't have time for today, I would actually send everybody on this call a link so that they could all join me in here. We'd all have avatars, and we can all click on elements and explore this together. But in addition, the next step is, the country really isn't blue and red. It's actually shades of purple. And you can even see that here in like Texas, where yes, the population centers did vote blue in Texas, but they were very much shades of purple. Show you a few other examples of the kinds of visualizations. Now, what you're seeing was all built in the Flow editor, which is our no-code tool, UI, in order to help customers, help enterprises and public policy folks, government folks like that, be able to communicate really effectively, to build their own presentations and see the data in a variety of ways. This example is kind of fun. This is 2020 foot traffic. And in a way, this is a story of 2020, right? You can see the big, the big crash in foot traffic. Actually, before it crashed, we all headed to Costco to buy underwear. I mean, not underwear, to buy toilet paper. And then there's we got tired of looking at the curtains. So there we are at Home Depot, fixing up our homes. And by the end of the year, it still hadn't recovered very well. So you see in one view here, you're seeing a big picture story and a whole bunch of detailed stories. Let me step back and talk a little bit about why, right? Why do we do something in XR? And, is this just cool? What about cool? Cool can be an important selling point in XR, and we actually discourage it. We tell our customers never, like our internal advocates, do not sell on cool, that instead it's define. If someone says, oh, that's cool, we tell people define cool for them. So my definition of cool is mastery and control. So think of a great skateboard trick, or think of Iron Man flicking atoms as he's designing his Iron Man suit. That cool is really a sense of mastery and control over gravity or over information. And mastery and control gives us that efficient way that we can have these conversations and move the needle, help people to see what we see in our heads, help people to see something that would have been vague, see it clearly, help them see the forest, the big picture, and the trees and the detail. And that I think that's just a really vital point to mention around how this works in an enterprise environment. We cannot sell on cool. We can't get caught lost in proof of concept hell. It's got to be an end-to-end tool and solution. So let me just show another end point on this. Just flip over to, so Michael DiBenigno is our head of business, and he's become, he has become TikTok famous, and I accidentally just hit the back button, so we'll go back to his screen. He's become TikTok famous in building these visualizations, these data visualizations on TikTok. Switch back to that window, where he just uses his phone and captures this in mobile AR. And in this case, he's looking at the spread of COVID, different ways that a disease spreads through a population. And the first example is, basically each node goes ahead and infects 2 more nodes. Well, it turns out that's not actually the way COVID spreads. The way it actually spreads is one node infects maybe 16 people in a super spreader event. Then each one of those individuals, spread it to 1, 2, 3 more people, and it goes out that way until you have another super spreader event. This kind of visualization was pretty effective. 324,000 likes on this particular TikTok. It was viewed 2.2 million times. I think we've really touched the nerve, touched a need to understand, and a creative way of getting people's attention and giving them that sense of mastery and control, at least vicariously. Okay, so continuing on the need for an end-to-end enterprise, enterprise solution, right? Because just having a professional services shop doesn't scale, it'll never scale, and it's not going to be what your actual customers need and what's going to get them excited over the long term. So this is the flow editor, and I'm going to spend maybe 1 minute here, maybe it'll be 2, I'll go quick, to actually show you how you can build, how our customers are building these flows today. So it's very quickly going ahead and pulling in some data around life expectancy across about 50 countries in the world. And right away, you can see the structure of this data, right? You can see that for the first 100 years, from 1800 to 1900, that the data was, life expectancy was pretty flat. And then it just took off. This is one of humanity's greatest successes right here. Let's go ahead and wire up these lines. Let's go ahead and add some colors. Maybe we'll just color these by region. So see, like Europe is in the green, etc. We can add multiple steps and filter in on a certain aspect of this data. So one area that we like to that I like to show off. So there's a variety of ways we can do this. Let's do it with an interaction. Let's go ahead and set it up so that we can drag select to isolate a certain region of the chart. And what I did is I just went in and I'm showing you what the Spanish flu of 1918 looked like. Create another step here. Click out of that. Maybe we'll go ahead and zoom in to see what the Rwandan genocide looked like. Maybe let's see, let's highlight enabled and filter selected. So essentially, in just a few clicks here, I'm giving you the ability to focus in on a single data point. And I can go ahead and add rollovers and pop-ups. So this is the country, this is the year, and life expectancy. So now that when I roll over this guy, we can see, oh yeah, that was Rwanda, that was the genocide. And then go ahead, click public link. This is now a live flow on the internet. You can click on it, you can see it. It's a series of steps, right? Starts with the whole view. It focuses in on the Spanish flu, and then it focuses in on Rwanda. Maybe I'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit there and set the camera. Obviously, there's a lot more you can do with the tool than just that, but you get the point. We need to come up with complete workflows for our customers in the enterprise space. How to wrap this up? I think that just a little bit more about the story of how we got here. So we founded Flow 5.5 years ago, and the first 4 years were pretty rough, right? The virtual reality was not a great business to be in for a lot of us, and we survived. We got customers, and customers paid our way. We have not raised significant money yet. We haven't done a VC raise. And in a way that kept us alive because we were so careful of our cash that we didn't hit the wall where we couldn't meet a payroll and we would lose the company. What really happened a year ago was that we focused on the web. We took advantage of the web as a flat screen tool as well. I mean, what you're seeing here with me putting the web behind me, right? That is, having something where everybody can share their content this quickly is really powerful. Yes, it's great that it works in the Oculus browser on Quest, and it also works in HoloLens and in Magic Leap. But where we really, I think, resonated is on flat screens and on mobile AR. And now I feel like it's coming back around. Finally, the headsets are starting to make enough waves, and we're going to have that installed base where spatial computing will be a good profit center for us again. But meanwhile, we have met our customers where they were. A phrase we like to say is, you can lead a horse to water, but you don't want to dunk its head in. Don't force an enterprise customer to put a headset on in their very first interaction. But when they finally do put a headset on, then it's just blow away great. And that's a really exciting place to be. So that's what we've been working on. If you'd like to see more, check us out at flowimmersive.com. And remember, cool isn't the way we sell XR. find another use case.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I think it's interesting because, you know, you can immerse yourself into this data, you know, via your desktop or headset or, you know, whatever it is, but understanding where it's coming from and what that story tells is really the most important. And we've only just begun, you know, like that's the great part. So thank you so much, Jason. As you can see, our next panel's coming in. So if you'd like to say hi.
Hello, have a great panel.
Thanks, Jason. Great to see you.
Yeah, that was so cool, Jason. And it's really exciting to have this next panel up. I'm just hardcore fan of the Ready Player Me platform. I fought super hard to get Evo on my OG panel because she's like such an OG, but there you were already taken. So, but just so you know, that I know you've got that status big time, and I'm really excited that you're moderating and bringing this panel in. So I'll let you guys get started and I'll hop off.
Thank you so much, Sam. This has been a fantastic event, and thank you for moderating and hosting and bringing all of us together today. Let's see if I can speak.
It's so great. Awesome. Enjoy.
Excellent. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Ivo Haining. I am here with 3 fantastic speakers, and this is the interoperability panel. So if you've been hearing the word interoperability and wondering how that might relate to strategy, to your business ideas, to WebXR publishing, but also to all of the ways in which our experiences fit together and are reached by our audiences. So we're going to begin talking about a number of different factors, from avatars and Ready Player Me with Timu. We're going to talk about AR Cloud with Alina and some of the drivers of both the data and performance within the augmented reality space, and also with my colleague Robert at Open Metaverse Interoperability. We're going to be discussing a bit about GLTF and identity and portability of assets as a whole. So first off, I just want to thank you all for joining us here at WebXR Business Summit. And just to contextualize a broad conversation here, we are talking about all of the ways in which those metaverse technologies, those layers of that stack, are going to match up and meet together and share information, whether that's about an individual experience, whether that's about a social experience, or potentially something that we haven't even described yet today. So I would love for each of you to dive in, and we're going to start with Timu. If you could tell me a little bit about your work at Ready Player Me and how avatars touch the work of interoperability in the metaverse.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. So my name is Timu. I'm the CEO of Wolf3D, creators of Ready Player Me cross-game avatar platform. What we see is that obviously people are spending more and more time in virtual worlds and playing, collaborating, and the metaverse is happening. And the metaverse is not one app or one experience. It's a network of thousands of different worlds. And for that reason, there need to exist interoperable identities, avatars that travel with you across worlds. You don't want to create a new avatar for each world you visit. And that's what we do in Ready Player Me, with Ready Player Me. So end users can create an avatar that travels with you across all these different partners that we work with. And for developers, we're an easy-to-use avatar engine you can integrate. You don't have to spend 6 months or a year inventing an avatar system. You get the best avatar system, and you can integrate it in a couple of days. Anyways, we've been on the market with Ready Player Me for a little bit more than a year. Today, we have more than 500 companies that already use our avatars, and the network is growing fast. So added 112 companies last month, for example. So, and you can travel between all these worlds with the one avatar identity, your Ready Player Me identity. We're also exploring opening up the platform to other avatars from games or from other avatar producers or NFT projects. So overall, we believe that an open metaverse is the only way to build it, and it's the only way, that's the best way to build the metaverse. And for the open metaverse to exist, they need to be cross-game services, cross-game technologies that enable the open metaverse to happen. So it will be built by thousands of different kind of developers and creators, not just one big company that builds a monopoly and builds kind of the Ready Player One future, which is kind of like not actually what we want, although our name is similar. So anyways, there's my quick intro.
That's fantastic. So I understand that your Ready Player Me avatars, and I have 4 or 5 of them now. I've used them in hubs and VR chat. They're useful in hundreds of different platforms, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many people roughly do you know of how many people have been creating avatars over the past year, and where those are finding their use cases now?
Yep. So we've created more than 1 million avatars, and like the of the 500 companies we've signed, like 40 of them are launched. The rest are still integrating, or they haven't launched their applications because they're still in development. So there's a lot of like consumer growth still in the pipeline that we haven't kind of unlocked with just by launching those things. So, but yeah, 1 million is the million and a little bit more is the number today.
Got it. So that includes the WebXR experiences, potentially VR apps, things that may not be released yet for virtual events and other types of experiences as well. That's fantastic. Mm-hmm. So readyplayer.me is where people go to try that experience out. And we're going to come back into a conversation about how you've built some of those relationships and partnerships with Alina as well, because I am absolutely fascinated with all of the ways interoperability finds its foothold. And you've found a foothold in every corner of the digital landscape at this point. So Alina, I was wondering if you could share a little bit about your work with AR Cloud and also what you've been working on behind the scenes.
Sure, yeah. So thanks, guys, and thanks, Timo, for what you've done and what you guys are doing. Yeah, I'm Alina. I'm product designer by day and WebXR developer, and I'm director of communication and managing director of OpenAir Cloud Europe, and as well as the strategist of CyberXR Coalition. And for those of you who don't actually know what the OpenAir Cloud is about and what we do, we are basically a global nonprofit organization with the mission to drive the development of open and interoperable spatial computing technology, data standards, and best practices to connect the real and the digital worlds, basically for the benefits of all. And because the current state of spatial computing basically is rather disordered and fragmented, and many exciting spatial computing solutions already exist out there, but there few share a common language. And that's also where WebXR ties in, right? So the great thing about it is, yeah, you already have the power of the web in your hand, and you don't need to download or integrate a specific app. It just works in the browser. And due to COVID, so many brands have been enabling it. And for the last year, we've been working on Sparkle, which is basically our WebXR-based client app, and we customize this client application and also provide it as open source. And it's really important to develop it specific AR to not just only one specific AR experience, but also it can run in kind of experience registered with our discovery service of the Open Spatial Computing Platform. And it allows us to basically rather tell than show the capabilities, and also reach out to cities and show the convergence of real-time data and using AR.
So what you're describing then, this Open AR Cloud, is a way in which we can explore the digital twins and the smart cities ideas that were described earlier, and potentially make those playable experiences as well, correct?
Exactly. Especially when you look at so many cities that are currently kicking off a smart city or digital twin solutions. You basically have thousands of use cases in your hands. For instance, so many water pipes are being damaged, right? So you could basically use WebXR in order to and those interoperable through any device, through the browser.
I think we lost a little bit of what you just said there, but we got interoperable through the device at the end. And I understand a bit of what you are describing with Sparkle, but I'm hoping you can tell me a little bit more. Infrastructure use cases, obviously public sector and cross-sector use cases, things that might be in smart glasses. Is that correct? What other use cases do you see for this?
Exactly. So there are many different use cases. So for instance, you obviously have the whole infrastructure use case, the convergence of real-time data, visualized through AR, like pipelines, electricity, but also unlocking potential use cases when it comes to advertisement or roadmaps, public transportation, gamification and navigation, emergence of also with connection with our universal geopost standard that we are currently developing within the OGC, a universal anchoring standard that we are kicking off. And this is all open source and available to take and make yourself.
That's exciting, and I can't wait to see more. And Alina, I understand that you're going to be demoing more of Sparkle. This is brand new work that you are sharing with us, and I hope that we're going to have more of that shared with us soon, whether it's at Open Metaverse Interoperability demos or at other experiences coming up soon. And thank you for creating in the open space and for the open source community. Robert, I think this is a great segue to the work that you've been doing, and maybe connecting the work of OpenAR Cloud with the work of OMI at Open Metaverse Interoperability.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, so I'm Robert Long. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Open Metaverse Interoperability Group, along with yourself, Evo, and our other partner, Jesse Alton. And we really came together based off of a Twitter conversation originally, and trying to figure out how we can bridge virtual worlds. We're doing that primarily through developing protocols, bringing people from the community together to have like these hard conversations about like how we are going to bridge the gaps between all of these different siloed virtual worlds. So we're working on standards for avatars, inventory, social graphs, identity, figuring out privacy works into these things, interoperable content. That's really where we've made the biggest strides so far is figuring out how we can make richer GLTF content for avatars, virtual objects, and environments.
I don't know if you caught the panel with Tony Parisi earlier today, but I loved how he described GLTF as the JPEG of 3D. Really nice, simple, clean way to understand why GLTF interoperability in specific reduces risk, reduces cost, and makes it a lot easier for us to publish and create together. Is that how you see these things sort of meeting the creators and meeting the industry as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like GLTF and Tony in particular really got me into this sort of space. So thanks, Tony, a lot. And bringing it back to one of his early inventions, I really think that GLTF can be the HTML for virtual worlds, not unlike VRML did a long time ago. And that's really just because it's this really great extensible format that has gained a whole bunch of traction within all of these different 3D tools. Game engines are getting support for it. We're seeing just a lot of excitement around it. And when it comes to describing avatars, whether it be with VRM or 3D objects with GLTF, we've got the entire Sketchfab marketplace selling GLTF assets now. It's absolutely amazing. It's getting that sort of inflection point where this type of media is going to really proliferate around the web.
So when we're talking about interoperability with GLTF, it's specifically about getting these assets and all of the aspects of this code to work across as many platforms as possible, correct? This is what we're describing in this case. So if you've got your art and it looks beautiful in one world, you want it to look as beautiful in another world as well. And there's a number of ways in which that degrades if you're trying to do a experience like we are doing today, where it might be across 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different platforms. What is the state of GLTF interoperability now, and where is that work happening, Robert?
It's happening in all sorts of places. So the Kronos group is the specification maintainer, and they've done a really great job at solving all the really hard problems of figuring out how to make materials look the same everywhere, figuring out how to describe materials in ways that are supported across all these different engines. Where I think we're headed next is extending upon that to add things like behaviors, things like additional programmable materials, things that we need in order to really replace things like Unity's asset bundles, or however Unreal bundles things, whether it be in WADs or things like that. It's really getting close to being useful to describe programmatic sort of behaviors. We can start putting game-related data into this scene format pretty soon here. And we've already kind of kicked off some of that work with our audio emitter spec with OMI. Yeah.
So I should be able to take my interactive art out of Second Life from 10 years ago and someday put it into a number of worlds, and then have my Ready Player Me avatar and give tours of all of this connected experience. Is that reasonable to dream ahead toward at this stage?
Absolutely. It should have a really long life. You should be able to take it on Sketchfab, sell it, have other people remix it. The more portable we make these 3D pieces of content, the more versatile it's going to be, the better it is for content creators, the better it is for tool developers. Yeah, it's just interoperability is really mutually beneficial for everyone.
Right. And at the end of the day, for those of you who are agencies or are working with creators, it's also reducing the time to get something in front of an audience at the end of the day. You are hopefully not having to publish it across many different platforms. You can publish it once and then have it then republished, or at least shared in some reasonable way. And these are goals that the interoperability community has been moving toward for a long time. I'm wondering if we could all speak to, in our conversations earlier, we talked about addressing fragmentation and how interoperability addresses fragmentation and sort of a lack of connection. I was wondering if you could each speak to how your work, both now and moving ahead, addresses fragmentation in our culture.
Sure, I guess I can kick it off. By the way, GLTF is awesome. We use it for most of the stuff we do. And yeah, anyway, so that's great. So how we help build a more connected metaverse, I guess, is by building first the cross-game avatars. And what the cross-game avatars enable is a cross-game economy also. So you can have an economy that exists across different worlds. You can sell assets that work across different worlds. You can attach things to your avatar, and the avatar kind of becomes a vehicle for those assets. So by building a cross-game economy, that becomes very interesting, right? Generally, open economies tend to generate more revenue for everyone involved. So if you have an open economy for avatars, then that just increases the pie for avatar assets for everyone. So creators can create stuff and sell them across worlds. Games can sell stuff that work in other worlds, and all that stuff. So we see the avatar as a vehicle that kind of takes different assets between worlds, because there's a lot of assets that are very hard just from the kind of gameplay mechanics, whatever perspective, to take from one world to another. You have a sword, we're not going to take it to a shooter, or to random hangout, I guess. I don't know what, you know. So the avatar is your identity. It makes sense that it's persistent across worlds. And when you attach assets to it, then the assets will also be persistent across worlds. So that's kind of how we see that. But yeah.
I'm excited for that time when we can all have our beautifully cultivated identities, and the hats and all of those accessories and all of that fashion is fully portable. For the rest of you, where do you see your work addressing fragmentation right now?
Not just only on a platform side, but also on a legislation side, especially being located here in Europe, making sure that we also have privacy ethics built into this, and also making sure that we have legislation that actually is able to adjust to these emerging technologies, making sure that we have agile legislations, because are all contextual based. So there's also a couple of dilemmas where we can actually learn from the whole AI aspects of moral dilemmas and all these things that we can actually embed into the XR and the metaverse world, where at the end it's what makes this technology strong is those convergence of these technologies at the end coming together. So also making sure that we as humans are at the center of it, and that we make sure, and this is also important for the whole interoperability aspect, so not just only on a platform side, but also on a legal side.
Right. And Robert?
I just want to echo the privacy part is humongously important, and we've been working off and on with XRSI on trying to make sure that we involve privacy and security into any standards that come out of our work. So yeah, that's a huge thing. On that as well, the social fragmentation, I think, is something that really needs to be addressed. We are kind of in a state where every single virtual world has their own social graph, and like that works, but it's pretty tough to like go between one place and the next, figure out where your friends are at any one point, figure out how to join up with them. So I mean, there's a lot of different protocols and standards out there working on this problem for social media, or for chat, or for other things like that. So I think there's a lot of existing work for us to like collaborate on and involve in creating a actual social metaverse.
I'm excited to see that social metaverse where we can all see each other and see the events that are happening and plug in with the different communities, because they are somewhat niche communities, and it is the power of these communities that keeps people coming back over and over again, not just for a one-time experience, but to participate in, whether it's, you know, hackathons or in any sort of engagement. The power of the community in the metaverse is often underrepresented and underrealized. And so whether that's participating in a community like OMI on Discord, which you are absolutely welcome to, if you go to omigroup.org, you're welcome to find out more about how to participate in any of these Discord communities. The WebXR community and many of these platforms have their own Discord communities where you can plug in and really try new experiments around collaboration and creativity, and figure out what you can do in extensibility as well. I was wondering if all three of you could talk a little bit about your strategies around building partnerships for interoperability. And as those of us who are new to this, if you're thinking about how do you build these relationships effectively, I would love to hear from each of you. What strategies have you been using in this time?
Yeah, I mean, whenever you want to work with anyone, you need to have something they need. So you need to solve their problems, you know, and that goes to interoperable solutions as well. So in our case, we built an avatar creator that solves a problem without being a network, without being interoperable. It solves your avatar problems when you're building a game that needs avatars today. You know, it doesn't matter if those avatars are only in your game or they travel to other places. So we built a tool that is extremely useful, and that's our background also. You know, we spent many years building avatar systems for Tencent, Huawei, HTC, Vodafone, Verizon, and many other companies. So we started from the tool and providing value with that. And then now we're kind of getting to a network stage already, but still early. And now we can start bringing the kind of interoperability benefits and building a cross-game economy and kind of helping developers onboard new users and all these different things. But you need to have something that people need, and that's the thing. Like when the solution that if it only works on scale, it's very hard to get to scale, and that's like the case with any marketplace, any network effects based business, whatever. Like you need to figure out a way to seed the marketplace, or you need to figure out a way to create the early network so people would get the real value. Or you build a tool that is valuable on its own, and by having this tool, you actually manage to build a network, and then it gets more and more useful over time. So I guess that's the main thing, and that's like why we have managed to sign 500 companies over the last year, is because our tools are useful as a tool. And then
great products.
It's a good product. It solves a problem today. So
I also want to say your team has been very responsive, and when I came to them saying, hey, is there a non-binary option around those of us who don't consider ourselves male or female, your team figured that out really quickly, and thank you for making those kinds of leaps forward toward inclusivity and representation for everyone else in the metaverse too. So thank you for making that happen. And for the rest of you, Alina and Robert, how do you see partnerships and how are you unlocking those interoperability strategies?
Yeah, on our end, basically, we are a nonprofit organization. So first of all, 3 years ago, we've been conducting what is out there, how does the AR ecosystem looks like, and from there, we've sort of kicked off. And the idea of the open spatial computing platform was basically born, and that sort of converged. And now we are actually at state where we see, okay, how can we hook up with our technology and also with the GeoPost standard and existing ecosystems like smart city initiatives, and also to join forces here in the EU, build consortiums, join together with researchers, and work together.
I've been so excited to read more about your work, and I can't wait to see Sparkle. So I hope that we get a chance to collaborate and work together in some way between our work at OMI and OpenAR Cloud. Thank you for joining us today. And Robert, strategies and how do you approach collaboration and partnerships for interoperability?
Yeah, I mean, we're really early. We're a fairly young organization, so I think we're still learning. But so far, it's been really just figuring out where we align, figuring out out of all the different parties, there are a lot of WebXR parties. There are a lot of people working on native applications. There are people in the crypto space. There are people who are very much not in the crypto space. So there are all these different things. Sometimes at odds with each other, sometimes completely in alignment. And so it's really trying to figure out where we can work together and finding other people who share like common values that we all kind of agree on. So when we first started out, we wrote a mission statement. We got all of our values as a group aligned. And that's really helped as we grow the community, is to try and figure out how does this new project, how does this new protocol, this new standard fit in with our values, and find other parties that are interested in the same thing.
And I have to say, Robert, it's been a blast figuring it out with you and experimenting and trying things. And for those of you who like open source development and independent development and just trying it out, communities like OMI are a great place to find your others. And while our community meets on Discord and collaborates using GitHub and other tools, there are lots of metaverse communities that you can plug in with, whether that's in your favorite platform, or whether that's in Web3 and crypto and decentralized identity and in all of the things that go along with bringing your assets and your wallets from world to world. There's obviously a lot of terrain that we can continually explore. We don't have easy portals from one world to the other right now. We don't have the kinds of I can grab my assets and backpack and just go and share it all the way through. And so there's a lot of terrain. Would each of you just take a moment and 3 to 5 years, just big picture, what do you want to see happen in terms of interoperability and our collective work together?
Yeah, I want to see usable products that make my life better, compared to living in a closed world. So that's what we are trying to build, and that's what I think we all need to build. Real solutions that make life better, being interoperable.
I think we need those portals between virtual worlds. We really need to figure that out. It's been in the works for a long time, and I think if we get together and really work hard enough, we can make it happen.
Portals will be sweet.
Yeah.
Alina, last thoughts?
Making sure that we build a better future for the benefit of all of us and not wake up in a Black Mirror scenario in 10 years.
That's right. The metaverse is the future of the public commons, and how we collaborate and where we collaborate matters. So we welcome you to our communities, whether that's at OpenAir Cloud, OMI, and here at the WebXR Summit. Thank you for having us here today. Samantha, Julie, all of you, Ben behind the scenes, thank you for having us here.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. And, what a great conversation to have. And I think we've got some more content in my panel coming up, right, Samantha? That will tag into some of the stuff that you're talking about. So that's really great. But before Alina leaves, and I see Ben's joined us for the first time on stage. Ben, we wanted to share a little bit of news because, I think Terry's coming on the stage too. Is that right, Ben? We wanted to just do a quick hello with some of the people that are going to be a part of the AWE stage in Santa Clara in November. So we really wanted to share that we'll be doing a very special panel with the 4 of us, and it will be called Stereoscopic AR in WebXR. And Terry, do you want to share just give everybody a sneak preview of what we're going to be doing?
Well, I'm a big believer in showing the technology when I'm talking about it. So we've got a couple of demonstrations that we're putting together. I can't share which one yet because we're still trying to make them work, but we intend to show the technology in action to demonstrate its value. And that's the key thing, walking the walk while we talk the talk.
Absolutely. So hopefully, everybody that's listening today will join us in real life, IRL, on stage, and it'll be great to meet up with Alina and Ben. I've met Terry before, but believe it or not, Alina and Ben and myself never met before in real life. So
I can't wait for that. And to make it easier for anybody who wants to go to AWE in real life, our partner for this event, AWE, gave us a coupon code of WebXR AWE 20, so that will give you 20% off of whatever the ticket is when you buy it. They sort of are phasing out early bird things, so check awexr.com to get your tickets. But please come and join us. We want to meet you in real life. We can't wait for this. So I want to thank every single panelist who's been on today. What an incredible run we've had today. I'm just overjoyed for what we've seen and heard and talked about today, and can't wait to do it again at the WebXR Design Summit on October 12th. And so with that, hello, Ritesh. Good to see you. I missed you backstage. Forrest, good to see you. Everybody have a great panel, and Alina and I will take our leave now. So take care.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, no, hold on, Alina, you didn't say anything. You want to say anything about the AWE panel there?
Yeah, tell us the secrets.
I'm excited. Can't wait for it. Stay tuned, guys. We've got really some great ideas. So I hope I'll be able to join you and guys in the US. We have to see, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. It's all about innovation.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Amazing.
Have a good
Thanks,
panel.
Jen. Thanks, Alina.
Disrupt.
Bye.
We will start disrupting. As a matter of fact, I think it's already been disrupted.
Exactly.
It was disrupted before we even started. So there you are, right?
Exactly. Well, I'm so looking forward to our conversation today. Thank you all for joining us. Let's do a quick round the table introductions and let's get into it. Our topic today is anticipating disruption. Let history be our guide. And I know there's lots of conversation. So why don't we go around? Terry, do you want to start with an introduction for yourself?
Sure. The Senior Director of Spatial Computing at Deutsche Telekom, been there several years pushing on the head-worn devices and enabling technologies. I work with our network team to try to figure out ways that we can help the users that we have in our customer base to transition from a heads-down society to a heads-up society. That's my mission statement.
Nice. I like it. What about you, Ritesh?
Ritesh Patel. I recently joined Fin Partners after 7 years at Ogilvy. I am the Chief Global Head of Digital and Senior Partner of the firm, and we focus primarily, my motto is if it moves, digitize it. I've been doing that for 20 years. So anytime I see something, I try and digitize it as much as possible. So there you are.
Amazing. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
And Forrest.
Yeah, I am a co-founder and chief product officer of Pluto VR. Our purpose is to help humanity transcend physical locations. So no matter where you are, you can connect, collaborate, and communicate with other people as if you're in person.
Well, that just sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Easy.
Easy. And again, my name is Julie Smithson. I'm the co-founder of Metaverse. Metaverse, I know, is the word that everybody's talking about today, but we kind of named our company back in 2016. And Metaverse is a game engine, 3D game engine that works directly on the web. Our mission is to make the design process really easy and code optional. And we've been really busy working on projects for clients. And I guess I'll segue this conversation into disruption. And for myself, working hands-on with clients from all different levels of business, enterprise, and really seeing the back-end disruption that's taking place of understanding how to implement XR into their strategies. And maybe Terry, if you want to kick us off with just some of the experiences that you have had coming from Deutsche Telekom and seeing all of this history unfold, and now obviously the catalyst of COVID taking place with all of the businesses and all. I can't even imagine the amount of boardroom meetings. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And how many there are out there, and how much education is taking place right now on a daily basis, including ourselves, including our community, trying to match up and figure out and put everything into play. So why don't we start with you, Terry?
Sure. I mean, I think education is an interesting, keyword to pivot on here, because it is been my mission to educate our leadership on the possibilities of what cutting edge devices and enabling technologies could allow us to deliver in terms of customer experience and user experience. And we started with the more traditional B2B focus because the return on investment is more concretely measurable. And now today remote field support is sort of a commoditized AR use case that everybody understands. To measure the first time fix rate and to understand the business impact of enabling first time fix to be successful when somebody goes out in the field to work on a piece of equipment or to help a customer. So now we're moving into a little bit more of a complicated scenario where the ROI is much more indirect and a little bit harder to communicate. So we have to get a little bit more involved in the weeds of explaining, the value proposition of the technologies that we utilize to deliver services to our customers and how those translate into an ROI for the customer, first. And then ultimately, how does that create a business opportunity for us? So I've been focused a lot on the idea that most augmented reality experiences have been what I call momentary or novelty AR experiences, where I hold a phone and I turn the camera on and I have a 10 to 15 second interaction experience, placing a digital object against the floor or on top of a desk or something. and how do we get to an environment where people are utilizing augmented reality for time durative use cases where it's 30 minutes to 2 hours long and I'm really immersed in it, and it's more than just this really narrow band media experience, but a fairly significant, maybe it's vertical, but very significant experience that I'm using. And how head-worn devices are going to be the enabler for that, because nobody ergonomically wants to hold a phone out at arm's length. I challenge people at conferences to hold their phone while they're videoing me, out like this for 5 minutes, and they won't do it for 15 seconds. So imagine that you're also looking at the world through the camera on your display. You have about a 5-degree field of view relative to your normal view of the world. So it's like I'm looking through a paper towel roll through the world, and it's just not the right experience. So what we're really focusing on now is how do we transform the value proposition of the network to all-day wearables, where we have a series of 5 to 15-second interactions as vignettes of content experiences that flow throughout the day, and also these more time durative immersive experiences where I'm really just in this thing. I'm at a sporting event, or I'm taking a class, or I'm doing something that I'm really focused on, I'm mindful about. And so those are really two different classes of use cases, and the devices that serve one don't serve the other. And so we are looking and exploring on how that we enable those different devices that are coming to the table to be able to leverage the network and build the best value of user experience we can.
Amazing. Ritesh.
We should,
please go ahead.
We should get Terry a selfie stick, the 6-foot one.
Never.
Longer.
I won't do it.
You're walking around with a selfie stick, Look, did you see the Carolina Panthers and what they did at opening day? Right? Yeah. Incredible stuff. So you're right. There are some consumer apps that wow and get people jazzed about this stuff. I think, from my perspective, I've been applying it mainly on the business side. I haven't really done much on the consumer side. I had some colleagues who did something with IKEA. We've been doing that for a while, place your furniture here, see how it looks, and then buy it right there and then. So AR combined with commerce, so you can actually physically see the thing in your living room and then literally press a button on your phone, takes you to a commerce site where you can buy, put it in the cart, and off you go. I've looked at it more from as you said, we worked with a shipping company, their innovation group, on looking at these technologies and what could be applied. One area is around training. So they had physical people going out to these remote locations. This company, Wallenius Wilhelmsen, basically takes the car from the production line, and they own the entire supply chain. So they own the person who gets the car, gets all the options set up, puts it on the truck. They own the truck. They own the ship. They own the truck on the other end, and the guy delivers it to the woman, delivers it to the dealership. So we used mixed reality. Works out really well. Now they don't have an army of trainers. You put the HoloLens on, there's a headphone, you connect to a central place in Oslo if you need some help. But otherwise, as you're going through your cycle and you want to be trained to do something as an option for a car or on an engine, you just basically flip up that piece of content. It tells you exactly what to do. If you get stuck, you press a button. A call goes out to the center in Oslo that says, hey, I need help. So the trainers are now centrally located. The ROI on that is enormous, because now they don't have human beings basically in every plant around the world. They have 30 trainers doing 24/7 in Norway, right? The training is immersive, completely immersive. It works out really, really well. So it's those kinds of things that we've been working on to see, is there a way we can use this kind of tool set to change how business actually operates? And what can we do from an operational efficiency or a gain in employee satisfaction or education or those kinds of things? I think that's where some of this will go, rather than and we'll still have the entertainment stuff, right? We'll still have, tigers jumping off buildings and that sort of thing. I think more and more we're heading more towards that immersive experience. And I think most of it in my world is mixed reality oriented. In the hospitals, instead of entering data on your laptop, you now have a Google Glass. It's been repurposed. It's connected to the EHR system, so the doctor is looking at you, but they're also pulling up your chart, right? Things like that. I think that's where we're sort of seeing some really interesting benefits of this entire ecosystem that's being put together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to come back to that because I think that WebXR will obviously lead to preventative medicine and a lot more, a lot more things along that line. But I want to give Forrest a chance to jump in and just talk a little bit about what you're seeing, what, disruption on your end and some of the work that you're doing.
Yeah, so I think, Terry, I really appreciate your perspective too, talking about these little discrete examples, these little tiny apps and how they're these short little experiences. And the lens that we really have is that, when we look at the disruption, historical disruption of computing, if you go back to the early days of the personal computer, you had DOS, you had disk operating system where you put in a floppy disk and then that was your app. And this idea of having a single app at a time. And businesses were clearly developing use cases. There was clearly business value. There was clearly gaming value. I used to play on my dad's Apple IIe, where I'm putting in little floppy disks and playing one game at a time. But it wasn't until we actually hit the first GUI, right? We actually had a graphical user interface that had multitasking that the PC industry really took off. And that's really where our focus is looking at this as a transitional moment of computing where we've been in this DOS single app mentality and we're transitioned to a multitasking, multi-app mentality. And I think everyone sees it, right? When you think about mixed reality and you think about AR, you're like, of course, there's going to be all sorts of different apps and stuff in my world. But right now, the technology is still limited to that sort of one app at a time. And so the way we've been doing this is right now Windows and the PC is the only ecosystem that really supports this fully in an open ecosystem way where you could run native apps on Unity or Unreal, or you could be running WebXR on a WebXR enabled browser. But the problem is that there are very limited headsets that actually support this, or you're tethered to a PC. And so that's why we're leveraging the network. We're leveraging 5G and edge computing to be able to stream a high-end PC to any XR device. So whether it's a Quest or a HoloLens or even a Magic Window tablet, you're able to take this multitasking spatial computing environment and make it accessible to anyone, anywhere, as long as you have internet connectivity. And I think that's where we're seeing the most disruption, which is the idea of instead of one developer making the metaverse, it is a series of different apps made by different people and different developers that a user can access and use all together at once in one spatial environment.
Yeah, I highly agree with that.
I had an Atari with a cassette player, just so you know. That was my first interface. So anyway, sorry, Terry.
That's great.
Well, I was going to say, I highly agree. I think one of the things that I've been positing for a number of years is that as we transition from heads down handset interactions to heads up HMD based interactions, we're going to also have to rethink the way we build software. And instead of having monolithic app experiences, we're going to have a set of contextualized, personalized services that actually are forced to interoperate with each other. As it is right now on a mobile phone, based on the way the OSs are built, it's really hard, even if I as the developer build two separate apps, it's really hard for me to make those two apps interoperate with each other in a concurrent way. And that has to change. So, I want to be able to use the best of what we currently have as monolithic mobile apps. I want to take the best presentation of navigation for car travel, the best, routing, service, the best text to speech service. And I want to bundle those together to my personalized liking, instead of just being forced into one monolithic user experience. And so absolutely, that's going to be the future. So WebXR is a really key tool for enabling this, because it helps us break out of the silo of the OSs into a layer that we can create this sort of interoperability. And it's fundamental into the context of what the web is about.
But don't you think, Terry, I mean, session management on the mobile device has now been basically figured out, right? I can start here, go there based on my ID and how I interact. And do you want to carry on going forward? So I can start on a desktop browser, continue on the mobile browser, and then continue in my car, right? Surely we can look at that kind of interaction because of the interoperability issues we have with WebXR at the moment. Could we not do something like that? I've been talking to people like Akamai who have a CDN network already for content, right? Sure, they have the infrastructure. You guys have the infrastructure at Deutsche Telekom. there's pieces of Cloud XR out there anyway, right? Can't we put all those together and focus on that while Forrest and team and people like him are looking at these apps and putting those together? There should be an underlying infrastructure that could be created fairly quickly, I think.
I think if you look at the context of microservices and the idea of a microservice gateway where, I can create a front end that can connect to a bunch of discrete services that can run in the cloud infrastructure, to keep it very simple, it's not difficult for me to build 2 web apps that can utilize those kinds of services and exchange data in a protected, secure manner.
Yeah.
But trying to do that through that same fluid interaction model between multiple apps on a mobile device is problematic, because all I have is deep linking and some other very kind of janky scenarios that I can use to exchange data in real time. And so the sandboxing problem of the OSs, especially the mobile OSs, really creates a ton of friction and for the user experience as well as the developers.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem we're working to solve, and that is the exact challenge, right? And so that I had mentioned that we actually have an early kind of WebXR launcher that enables you to take multiple discrete WebXR applications and run them at the same time. Right now, the standards don't support multiple WebXR sessions at the same time, but we're sort of bootstrapping that, and then we'll be contributing that up to standards as they become available. But clearly, we're going to have multi-tabs. Like, how many times do you use a web browser where you only have one window open and you don't have multiple tabs? It's clearly the direction. But how we get there, we're going to be limited by the constraints around the mobile devices. Like, if you try to run, in our multi-app launcher, you try to run multiple WebXR applications at the same time in the Oculus browser, and performance just tanks. Like, you can't do it yet.
And then I'm going to jump back in here and just kind of ground us on the disruption piece, because my role in what I do on a daily basis is actually dealing with business from a level of figuring out, okay, well, we have to attach it to this learning system, and we have to stay within the walled garden of the enterprise level. These conversations that you guys are having are great for, curating a marketing experience where you don't need any of those barriers. But through enterprise, some of the lessons that I'm dealing with and learning, it's about those procurement levels. First of all, you have to pass the technical, you have to pass the security, you have to pass the financial and all the documentation. And when you get to that security level, this is where you guys come in and build that proper garden that can be viewed from, whichever point, but that has to clear tower that they can leave that walled garden. And what does that look like? So, these are some of the lessons that I'm trying to help and educate my clients about that, because it's disrupting their entire flow of how they've been doing things for years and years, especially when it comes to training. And they already have a lot of these systems already set up in their world, in their enterprise company, and then they come along and they create an interactive experience that for us it's a web link, but they can't have that web link in there. So this is where having these multiple experiences and multiple links pull up and not create chaos and havoc in an entire global organization is happening. So. I'm not sure if any of you, or even Terry from Deutsche Telekom's point of view, how does that roll out?
Well, I mean, I have a long, maybe too long history in software development, and before sort of after the dinosaurs came and before the microcomputer was commoditized somewhere in there.
I can beat you, Terry.
Yeah,
I remember lugging a PC into a client's office and saying, "Here, that's the internet," and then.
Yeah,
we had to load it on the machine because they didn't have the internet. So we had to do a local version and drag the PC to them, right? It's crazy.
But the point I wanted to make, though, is that the software I built was commercial software shipped in a box with a printed manual and floppy disks. And, back in the day, we would define the legal agreement that the user would adhere to through what's called a EULA, an end user license agreement, which ironically would always be shrink wrapped outside the box under the shrink wrap. And it'd have a sticker that says, when you open the shrink wrap, you're accepting the terms of the EULA that you can't read because it's under the shrink wrap. And we've switched to this muscle memory with mobile apps and digital applications with terms and conditions to the point where it's kind of a joke, right? You know, like the iTunes term and conditions turned into a 53-page comic book, you know, because it was such a hilarious experience to, you know, to parody it. But the reality is that transition of user terms and conditions is going to get disrupted in a digital WebXR context. And that's where we need to lean into smart contracts and have a way to standardize what those terms and conditions mean and whether or not I'm comfortable accepting the points of that without being a lawyer. So that's a huge opportunity. It ties into also the idea of our digital presence and what we are comfortable allowing our digital presence to do and have done to it when it moves around inside of metaverses. So I think this is a really big opportunity. It's the same way that the Wolf 3D company with Ready Player Me has disrupted and standardizing through partnering activities the visual aspects of a person's digital presence. Now we can start to look at breaking the bonds of the past with the legal and data privacy aspects that are first and foremost right now. I'm wearing a device that everybody's talking about because they're concerned about the reputation of the company and its history with data privacy and data collection. And they're working very hard to kind of overcome that. And there's, you know, a lot of practical work that they've done in that regards, but we still don't have standard ways for us to identify what we're comfortable with and align that to what somebody's asking of us. And that, to me, is really going to be a key next piece that we have to tackle as part of this disruptive move to deliver non-siloed applications in WebXR.
We have a saying at Metaverse that we meet the client and discover the terms of satisfaction. And that statement, I can't even begin to tell you how many times I've used it in the past couple of weeks, because even one of the contracts that we have, we've had to go back and go, because of things happening in the background that are beyond our metaverse control, and it was actually client-based, you know, couldn't take place because security systems, procurement systems. So what is that term of satisfaction of delivery if that client can't match up with your technology? And that's happened several times, and it's going to continue to happen if, you know, when the walled gardens get too tall, or there's another service in there that has to be linked in with, you know, with the experience that you're delivering. So really working with the client and having them understand the innovation process, to me, has been a big learning journey to educate my client on this is how we're managing your CADs and the process that it's taking to optimize them for WebXR. And, you know, again, communication, I think that's the key word here, communication with your client and making sure that your client's ready to travel on that journey with you.
But Julie, I think it's more than that. Part of this is because it's so new and unique. Half the time when I mention the word, people go, what the heck is that? Then you have to go back, right? And you say, okay, metaverse, let me just give you a real world example kind of thing. So I think what we're being measured by in this new world that we're entering in is old standards, and we've got to start looking at how are we going to create these new ways of engaging so that the privacy model and the data privacy model you're applying to your old way of working is not going to apply here. And this is the new world we've got to get to. I think that's one of the bigger issues that we face. I do this all the time around this is what this means, and this is what you're going to have to change. It's a mindset change. It's not a process change as well.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, mindsets do take several board meetings to change that.
But I'll tell you the Millennium stuff, because when we did it as a small pilot in Lafayette, Indianapolis, Indiana, and then we showed it to the board and the CEO. They were all over it. So sometimes it's taking Forrest's little, you know, here, let me take this use case, let me show it to you, and then now let me show you how you can scale it. Maybe that's the way to do it, right? In some cases.
Absolutely. It comes back to the ROI and what I call ROX, return on experience as well. I'm watching our time because I want to make sure we're not cut off, but I would love for each of you to give a little bit of a history lesson to our audience. I'm all about lessons and sharing. And, you know, maybe Forrest, if you want to share some insight from your world to our audience and, you know, what history have you experienced that you want everybody else to know about?
I mean, I think when it comes to disruption, like, most of the times things change in a way that no one sees coming. And that's sort of the whole point about disruption. And so based on our experience and what we've been seeing, the biggest element that a lot of people aren't seeing coming is that this fundamental, like with spatial computing, with WebXR, we are talking about fundamentally disrupting the App Store model. And if you look at the largest companies in the world, many of them are driven by the App Store model. And so with that, I think the idea that you can just take a 30% cut of, distributing software, that is going to be changed. And especially as you get to this, metaverse of interconnected software built by different people, often, you connected to maybe a blockchain or some other distributed network, like you can't just sit there and take a 30% cut on everything. And that's just going to completely change the entire landscape.
Absolutely. And that decision last Friday from the judge on Apple's Apple versus Epic, that's a whole conversation. And I can see Samantha's here, so that means our time's almost up. But I want to leave Ritesh and Terry, please. Ritesh, go for it.
Yeah, very quickly for me, I'll use a saying that was done by the founder of agency.com back in 1994, which is figure out what sucks and don't do that.
It works for me.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I just think right now I'm trying to focus people on being present with each other and practicing mindfulness. I've learned a lot from following Caitlin Krause and her work in that space, and being mindful of each other has become really, really important as we transition from an either-or proposition I'm either paying attention to in the real world or I'm looking at my phone, to an anded proposition where I can have the digital context and have the real world context. And in fact, it's the real world context that takes dominant value proposition in that. And that's what it should be. We live in this world as human beings on the earth. We should be exchanging in the real world as much as we possibly can, and letting the digital be really augmenting that experience, not taking away from it.
Great way to end off, and there's disruption everywhere, and it's how we manage it. I think that's the key message, and communication, collaboration, which XR collaboration, if anybody was looking for an additional resource out there to learn about XR, produced along with Terry and Ben as well,
and Karen.
And Karen, yeah, we've got everybody here, and everybody's here. So thank you so much to my panelists today in sharing your stories with the WebXR Summit. And it's great to see these other ladies here. I'm going to take a quick screenshot so everybody smile. And you take yours, Terry. I take it are those the Ray-Bans?
Yeah.
They are, of course they are. So we just got a
cool.
Yeah.
Always got the toys. Always got the toys.
That's his wall behind him,
exactly.
Right? He's getting another wall.
I noticed it straight away.
That's amazing.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Yeah,
thank you.
Awesome conversation. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
What a day we're having. I can't believe it. It's almost over, but we've just had such Albin rated in the morning, Arthur, we get Tony, Evo. I mean, so many incredible people have been sharing their stories with us today. And we have more of this coming up. Karen, we have the Design Summit coming up. And can you tell us a little bit more about what we have planned for that?
Sure, Sam. Thanks. So I'm going to be moderating a video panel that's called Volumetric 360 and Parallax, and that's going to include Christina Heller, Hugh Howe, and Sean Frame. And I am really excited to get these rock stars to educate our audience about XR video formats. And Linda is doing a panel as well. Tell us about that, Linda.
I am. I'm moderating Polygons Are the New Expensive, and Isn't It the Truth? With Austin Kane, who is known as Cause, and he and his partner, Christy Fennison, who is amazing, will also be modeling Your Metaverse panel built out in Alt Space World.
Wow, that's so cool. And yeah, polygons are expensive. That's such a good name. It's just like all in the title, you know. And
I feel like we should have polygon jewelry or something.
I have stuff I've designed in jewelry, and the goal for 3D printing was to have as many polygons as you can.
Wow.
And then you have to the complete opposite. So it's a relearning of everything to work for this space.
Oh, it just reminds me so much of Snow Crash and like your little like crappy black and white avatars versus like, you know, yours is like flaming hair or something like that. It really is true. But you're not just doing that. You've got a big panel coming up at AWE, and that's got Sophia.
I know. Sophia's going to be on my panel. In fact, all of us, the whole team, Steve Lewis, who's in the back, everybody is going to be together for the first time in real life at AWE. So my panel is going to be called The Coming Experience Wars: How Brands Can Survive and Thrive in the Future of XR. And we have a special 20% off discount code for AWE today for anyone who would like to attend. And the code is WebXR AWE 20. So that's 20% off a ticket.
That's huge. That's huge. And so you're going to have Ben, Terry, Julie, and Sophia all in the same place at the same time.
Yeah.
That's so cool. I'm jealous because that's just not a thing that I'm especially jealous
Join
now.
us, Samantha.
A year and a half of just no in-time hangs. So
I know.
That's so cool. And you also, speaking of polygons, you also created the Poly Award, our NFT award for the polys that like live in our WebXR event space.
It's true.
When is poly season?
Well, the thing is, dodecahedrons and polygons are something I care about deeply. So yes, the polys nominations start on October 1st. So check back to our website for details on that and the Design Summit as they unfold.
That's so cool. So this is a great, like, you know, we just saw some top talent here. So I hope you were taking notes on like who your favorites are, because the polys are run by the community. Like we all vote on each other. We all support each other. So this is a really great opportunity to highlight the experiences you like, highlight the hard work your friends have done, especially, you know, I think a lot of us know each other deeply and see the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into these projects on the back end. And that's why I just admire everybody on this from the WebXR Summit team so much, because you're all volunteering your time to help recognize each other in this space. And it's truly an honor to be brought in and be recognized among you, because the work that you put in is just literally countless hours behind the scenes. And it really shows, because look at the event that we have today. So kudos to you, incredible women in XR. I'm so honored to be among you.
Yes, thank you. I'm really excited for the Design Summit, AWE, the polys that are coming up. You know, XR Woman, get out there and nominate yourselves. It's okay to nominate yourself, nominate other people. And we're here, XR Woman, from the XR Women community. We meet every Wednesday in Ireland campus of Burbella. And then speaking of Burbella, actually, we have Gabe Baker coming on next from Frame. So I think it's time to introduce him as the finale guest for this evening.
Yeah, it's such a great end to the show, because what Frame is doing is so freaking exciting.
Hi, Gabe.
Hello. It's great to be here.
Great to have you. We're going to step away and let you guys chat, but thanks so much for being here, and hopefully we'll see you at the after party after the session.
Yeah.
Yes, and thank you so much, Samantha. Thank you, Julie, for hosting today. You guys did such an amazing
Great job all around, guys. Yeah.
Very well done.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. All right. And before we head to Frame, where I did an interview with Gabe, I did want to have you guys stick around. Make sure that you stick around for this after party in Somnium space. We'll be posting a link now, and then after this interview's over in about 25 minutes. And so with that, let's take it away to Frame.
Hi, this is Sophia Moshasha, Special Correspondent for the WebXR Summit series. Today we have an extra special guest with us today who has been with us from the beginning of the Summit series and has been celebrated at the Poly's WebXR Awards earlier this year. Gabe Baker is here with us. He's the product manager and WebXR lead at Frame. Welcome, Gabe.
Thank you so much. I'm humbled to be here.
Gabe, you've won a Poly at the last WebXR Awards and were recognized for your incredible efforts in the world of WebXR. Tell us more about your background in the immersive industry and what ultimately led you to work with Verbella's WebXR product.
At Verbella started up the Frame project, which started kind of just me, and then quickly grew to now we're a team of about 10 and hiring. So Verbella, early on, it was easy to sell them on why WebXR can make a lot of sense. There are a lot of businesses that want more accessible, low friction experiences rather than a large download and native applications. And we'll get into a few of those different case studies specifically over this tour, I think.
Okay. So Gabe, tell us about this area that we're in right now.
It's a digital twin of a building at the University of Massachusetts on their Boston campus. They wanted the environment that students and teachers would be meeting in to feel like home and to be a recognizable space for the students and teachers. A particularly kind of pioneering teacher at UMass who got buy-in within the organization by setting up a few frames and having a few classes and galleries within it, and then kind of worked its way up the food chain until finally, this project landed. So, online education is big business beyond being a really sort of feel good and personal use case for me. There's a lot of money that schools are spending on delivering high quality online education. Many students and teachers are a little bit sick of Zoom. They're a little bit sick of things that really don't foster a sense of presence and togetherness and shared space, things that you get in physical classrooms every day. So Frame was a good fit for them because it provided those things and also provided this vehicle for them to not just have the sense of space, but have a sense of space in an actual digital twin of a building that the students and teachers are familiar with. So
how did that come about, and where did you kind of see that value of getting into WebXR?
Well, that's a good question. Frame is just one of really many things that Verbella does, and it's not really intended necessarily to replace what they do with any of their other projects or products, which are all really great. So for them, it was a matter of kind of diversifying their offerings. They saw how many clients they had that didn't want something that required a download and a client install. So WebXR just makes very good sense, especially in many corporate environments where it can be difficult to get software installed on employee hardware. But these aren't things that we have problems with WebXR delivery for Frame.
You said you had a classroom in here. Let's go check that out.
Follow me into this little tunnel here. This will take us into a little classroom space. So here we are in this space where classes, actually happen. And this is where the real value of this space comes through for University of Massachusetts and, other online education institutions that use Frame. So, I don't need to go through the whole Frame feature list, but when these classes are in here, you can, of course, look at the basics, images, videos, webcam, screen share, whiteboard. So you can pull in 3D models. Like I brought in this Triceratops here from my inventory, which I can quickly make really outrageously big, and things like that. 360-degree photos, 360-degree videos. WebXR has supported all of this stuff for a long time. So it was just a matter of kind of wrapping it all up in a way that, as you say, is accessible even to non-technical people, like the teachers at University of Massachusetts who are willing to dive into the tutorial videos and figure out how to use it all, and then use those tools to deliver some really powerful learning experiences for students. And the beautiful thing about the sense of space you get from WebXR is that a lot of things that teachers take for granted in physical classrooms are really hard to achieve online. Things like knowing you should pay attention to the person who has walked to the front of the room, whether that's a teacher or a student giving a presentation, the ability to break into small groups kind of naturally and effortlessly is something that requires space. And space is hard to feel when you're on a Zoom call or a Teams call. So Frame really provides that. And then,
all right, Gabe, this was super impressive. I know you have some more of these cool environments up your sleeve. Let's see what you have next.
We are it's another digital twin. This is of the Trello New York City office. Trello had a key use case, which is every year they have an employee offsite, Trello Together. And this year it was very difficult due to the pandemic to actually bring people together to a physical location. So they wanted to do something really special that helped their employees come together and feel together online. They also shipped everyone an Oculus Quest 2. Which was just extraordinary. So they're all about really using VR, driving VR, but importantly for them, they also wanted this experience to be accessible for those that didn't want to use VR for whatever reason, whether they're too sensitive to a headset or what have you. So it was really important to them that people could access it from a mobile device or from a laptop. So that's why WebXR and Frame, it was a really good fit for them. So we worked really closely with them to bring this office to life, and they had a really memorable and magical Trello Together 21 inside of this space.
Yeah, it is beautiful. Let's go take a tour.
So the reality is often these spaces that companies have built are really rich repositories of company history and company culture. And that really came through in this space as people were sharing memories with each other that have happened in this space and pointing out to other people aspects about it that are interesting or important to them. So you can see they also threw some images up on the wall of some key kind of company history events. This is when they listed on NASDAQ. We see some photos from that. We see the Trello dog, Taco. They actually did a scavenger hunt in this space where they left little images of Taco all around and employees had to go around and find them, which ended up being more competitive than I thought it would be, but it was good fun. Again, some people were employees that had been hired just the past year. They hadn't seen the office, and they're actually going to have a really neat experience when they go to the office in a year or two, and they'll actually sort of already have seen it. Like they'll know the lay of the land from this experience, which is kind of cool.
Interesting. So you're almost introducing people to reality from a virtual experience, which is like quite the opposite of what we're used to.
Yep, totally. Created a number of different instances of their digital office so that different groups could meet in different frames. But then this wall of portals that we see around us, these different doors that lead into different frames, as it were, that was the way that they made it so that people could interact with different groups of their colleagues. So rather than flood 300 people into this one frame, you have different groups of 50 that are in different frames, but then this wall of portals that made it easy to navigate from one to the other. And the WebXR spec has a really neat XR kind of link traversal that's a little bit experimental, but it does work in the Oculus Quest. So you can move from one WebXR experience to another without breaking immersion. And that was something that they took advantage of during this experience.
That's awesome. And that is a super important piece of information that businesses and enterprises need to hear. Because this is made to scale. This is a platform and technology and a medium that is made to scale, and their investment will go far. So this is a great example of that. I appreciate that. So Gabe, you have one more really cool environment I know you have in store for us. So I'd like to go take a visit to one of those environments.
Okay, let's check it out. I'll send you a link.
And it's as easy as sending a link.
Okay, so now I'm going to head to the Connex Collaborates start frame.
All right, I'll see you there. Tell us about what this is about and what is here behind us.
Sure. So the business here was Connex. They can, as you can see, as you tour around, I mean, it's just absolutely packed with content. This isn't a digital twin. They just use one of the out-of-the-box environments that we have in Frame, this kind of convention hall, convention center type space. But all of their partners and clients, they've kind of given each of them a little booth within this space that serves as a little entryway to that business. And surrounding each other kind of business and partner, there's a private audio zone. So when they do have events where they bring lots of prospects or people that are just exploring the business into the space, lots of different separate conversations about each of the supply chain partners can take place at the same time, all in this one big, beautiful frame. An embarrassment of riches, I think, right now in the WebXR development space, whether it's 3JS, Babylon, A-Frame, Play Canvas, there's really, and many, many more. There's really a lot out there, and really the hard decision in my mind is not what to build with. It's actually just what to build that provides value for businesses, or depending on what you're doing, just value for your audience.
So what are some things that businesses should consider when deciding to build and deploy content on WebXR? What is this one last piece of advice that you have for businesses kind of looking to get into this space?
So the key thing for me is really that WebXR is viable. I think it's still seen as this little playground that some developers are just toying around with, but it's really much more than that. The fact that Microsoft has the Babylon team doing their thing shows this. The fact that we already have clients that we just went over in the past three spaces, actually paying for this also reflects that. The fact that Safari is soon to support WebXR. These are all things that demonstrate that a lot of people really do see the browser as a first-class vehicle for delivering enterprise value. Not just stuff that you check out as a cool little experiment, although I love those experiments and I do many of them myself, but really actual value. So I think in terms of how to make an experience that can be easily accessible for employees or students across devices, WebXR is great. It's low friction. I'm always preaching this, but I believe in the web, and I think companies would be served well if they believe in it too. And many of them do. The fact that they have websites reflects that they understand how consumers, how easy it is to experience that. And they invest a lot of money in their websites. And I think this is just going to continue with WebXR, where it'll be the next realm of enterprise investment. Every business, I honestly believe this, will have an immersive experience, either in parallel with their website or as a replacement to it. So I'm a believer, and we're seeing that other companies are believers as well.
Last words of Gabe Baker of Frame. Thank you so much, Gabe. We appreciate it.
And we're live. Hi, Gabe. Thanks for joining again twice. It was awesome touring your spaces and seeing enterprise-wide adoption for this medium. And the things that these use cases all had in common was that they're all utilizing digital twin. And it makes sense because the quickest way to adoption is for people to relate new technology to something that they're familiar with. And you even mentioned that people could have created anything for their spaces, like the surface of the moon or Mars, but they chose not to. They chose to recreate the real spaces. And I'd love to hear from you why the concept of digital twins is an important part of driving WebXR adoption.
Sure, that's a great question, Sophia. And before I dive into it, I want to thank you and Ben and everyone that's been associated with this event. It's just been really kind of astonishing to step back and see what's happened here throughout the day, to even be a part of this. And just I've popped in throughout the day to see the people who have built this space from the ground up, and continue to build it and pioneer it, pixel by pixel and poly by poly and voxel by voxel. So just really inspiring stuff. Back to what you actually asked. So digital twins, I think, are an easy entry point for a lot of companies, because as you said, you're kind of meeting companies where they are with spaces that are familiar to them. As I said in the video, they've already invested a lot of money in designing them. And as much as we often think conventional offices look really conventional and whatnot, some of them actually are just really cool. And it's easy, I think, for a company to kind of latch onto this idea of, okay, wait, so this is our space, and now it's online. Of course, some of them, they do want to get more creative. They do want the really abstract space that might be in Mars, but that's also the beauty of VR, is that it can be either way. It can be abstract or, it can be more sort of realistic. We saw with Trello that a lot of what made that event special was how it was a digital twin of an actual space that had a lot of kind of built-in memory and culture associated with it. So, I think it's a thing that makes sense for an enterprise. Also, having done a little bit of sales myself for the past few years, I'm just not going to be particularly precious when a company comes to me and says, hey, we want a digital twin. I'm not really going to push back too hard and say, are you sure you don't want to do something really abstract? I'm just going to say, yeah, let's do it. I see the value in it. Let's get off the ground. And often that's the first step for an enterprise.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about like what kind of value. So we heard a little bit about the driving force behind it, but what are the kind of values that they're starting to realize from, kind of doing business and operations within WebXR specifically?
Sure. So a lot of the value has to do with, some of these companies use digital twins more internally, and some of them it's more for kind of an external audience, like outside of the company itself. Mm-hmm. So with Trello, we saw that was more of an internal company use case. It was employees coming together to interact and collaborate. There are a lot of companies now that are either fully remote or sort of a hybrid work situation. And a lot of the value they get is this is a collaboration space. It's an alternative to Zoom that can help your team come together and feel a little bit more connected online. And there's a lot of value in that. Now, the Connex kind of convention hall type space at the end that we looked at, that third one, that was really a space that a company set up to invite in people that weren't part of the company to come in and see what that company did. Sometimes companies have offices that to some extent have open doors, right? They're not just for employees to come in and work. There also might be the area where prospects or people from other businesses come in and have meetings. So and then so for some, it's a bit of a hybrid situation where there's a space there where it's used for internal company meetings, and then there's another space that's meant to be the sort of public-facing space where someone online can hop in and take a look at another business's office and have a meeting with someone there. So it varies quite a bit. I think Sketchfab, it was so inspiring to see, Albin from Sketchfab, who was here. Sketchfab kind of showed the world to some extent that stuff can look good on the web. And like there were there were projects that did this before Sketchfab, absolutely. But I think Sketchfab, when that really started taking off, that was kind of a turning point for a lot of people in the industry where they could see just an incredibly sophisticated, gorgeous rendering online of like a really big building of real world spaces that looked quite good. And that was, I think, like a tipping point overall for this kind of digital twin space. As soon as people could see these spaces on Sketchfab, it's kind of a natural leap. Then companies started making these models just to kind of have them in some ways. You maybe put them on Sketchfab, do other things with them. But then once you have them, why not get extra value out of them by putting it in a WebXR environment that people can meet inside of and interact with in real time?
So what are some future developments specifically? Now let's talk about digital twins and how those developments will better enable the creation and deployment of digital twins through WebXR mediums.
Sure. So it's still, it's a bit of a laborious process, no matter how you shake it right now. I think if you want to do it well, we have some incredible artists on the Frame team who we have do some of this work. And I just want to say, just overall, I'm kind of a clunky avatar representing the Frame team, which of developers and artists who are kind of do the Frame thing. But to the extent that I can represent them, I'm happy to. So we have some artists that do this, but we have more requests than we have like bandwidth to do it. So we have some partners who just do 3D art design and like digital twinning, and we'll send these people to them. But it's just not scalable for us to be able to do all of these digital twins. Now, some technology is coming out that certainly is approaching sort of making this easier for companies to do themselves, whether it's the LiDAR, scanners on an iPhone that is starting to make it so that you can use your phone to take enough photos, and eventually you can kind of spit out a half decent model now of a space. Whether you can do that with a really big office building, I think no. Some people seem to be right on the cusp of that. So I think that technology will be there, so that in a year or two, a non-technical user who has a little bit of gear, whether it's a smartphone or something else, will be able to actually make a half decent digital twin. We did ours just based on images and a video walkthrough. The Trello employee just took a phone walkthrough of the space and took a video. And then we got a lot of images. And that's all the raw materials you need if you're going to sort of do it by hand, so to speak. So yeah, I think the technology for this is going to mature. It's going to help people not need to come to us to make their digital twin.
Yeah, well, what I really love about Frame is that you guys introduce the medium, this media, your product introduces the medium of WebXR to non-technical users and easily allows them to create and deploy content and environments on their own. And really frictionless adoption is the key to wide-scale adoption. And I think you guys are doing the XR industry at large a huge favor. What's coming up for Frame? We have about a minute left. Tell us about some developments that we have to look forward to there.
Okay, I'll do a bit of a lightning round of some stuff coming up. So for those that upload your own custom environments, maybe it's a digital twin of your own that you want to upload, we're going to make it easier for you to make your own private audio zones. We're going to have a new kind of web link so that people can open a link without leaving Frame itself. So you can kind of overlay content inside of it. We've got a lot of improvements coming to scale. So people that want to hold much larger meetings inside of Frame, this is going to be possible. We have a really cool map feature coming out where if you want to put like search for Rome and a map of Rome comes into your Frame with elevation data piped in, we're going to have that. We're going to let you bring in text directly instead of bringing in an image with text on it. You can just bring in text right away. A really cool admin dashboard. So if you have a bunch of frames and you want a place to kind of tweak their settings without being necessarily immersed in a WebXR space, we're going to give you a nice admin dashboard for that. That's just kind of the ones off the top of the dome. We're growing the team. We have a lot of really cool stuff in the works that we're super excited to share with the world. And as you said, really addressing non-technical people is just a big part of our mission. I mean, we really believe that there are so many creative people out there that just need the tools in their hands to do stuff with that might not involve coding or Unity 3D or Unreal or some of these other tools that might be a little bit more cumbersome or high barrier. So we're kind of here to help give them be one of those tools.
Absolutely. And with that, Gabe Baker from Frame, everyone, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And this concludes the Business Summit, the WebXR Business Summit. If everyone can join me back on stage, do our final goodbyes.
Hey,
that was awesome.
Thanks, Gabe. It looks so beautiful in there. I'm so impressed.
Very impressed.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a great way to end the day.
So we've posted links to the after party in Somnium Space everywhere that the WebXR Awards and the Business Summit is on the internet. You'll see links to the to the after party.
We have a Bitly now. Does somebody want to whoever put that up there? We have a Bitly to make it easier. I put it in the Discord. It's all lowercase Somnium Web After Party 21 bit.ly to make it easy for everybody. Gabe, thank you so much. Great interview. Super dense, substantive, home run. Well done, my man. Thank you. And Sophia, great job with the interview. So we'll see you on the other side. Gabe, thanks so much.
Sounds great. Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody. What a great day. Bye.
What an awesome day. And just so you guys know, the music's going in Somnium Space. I just got like the call to party.
You in there.
So, yeah.
You're already partying there, Julie.
Already feeding in.
So let's get together and have a good time. It's time to celebrate.
Heck yeah.
Let's do one screen grab right here. Who wants to take it?
Yeah.
Ben, center yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on it. Working on it. Every time I turn, it seems to be the wrong way. There we go.
All right. Everybody's smiling. And let's see here. I think we got it.
Yeah.
At least.
Yay.
Congratulations.
What an awesome day. Thanks everybody for joining us today.
I'm going to reintroduce everybody. Samantha Matthews, absolutely fantastic job today. Thank you so much for hosting the show. Julie Smithson, Sophia Mashasha, Linda Ricci, Karen Alexander, and Steve Lewis. Thank you so much. You guys are the best people that I've ever worked with. I'm just so happy. Today totally exceeded expectations. I mean, and we had high expectations. I mean, look at this talent roster of 48 people we had. We owe it all to them. Thank you to every single one of our speakers. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners. This content's going to have a nice life on YouTube because only a fraction of the people who will see this watched it live. So we will be taking the long stream and cutting it into bite-sized pieces for people. And there's lots of sound bites and nuggets that are really something special. So to the team, you guys curated such an incredible show. You know, you reached out, you brought in your friends, and what an incredible 9-hour day we did here, and we're going to be back.
And also to all the other worlds out there, like Daniel Debosky Bryan, who created the space and Engage. And there's lots of photos and interaction in there.
And Cause and Christie with the Alt Space World update. And
absolutely. How about a final word
thanks
for our
again,
sponsors?
Gabe, VR Land, Nowhere, and Hubs, Matt Be Cool. Let us never forget Matt Be Cool, who approached me even before the Polys. He's like, you're doing an award show for WebXR. I'm going to build you a world. And he's supported every event that we've done. So thank you to, so I got to do a quick rundown here. First of all, Ready Player Golf is coming up next month. Sophia, you want to speak to that real quick?
Yeah,
no, not next month, next week.
Next Friday, next week. Yeah, readyplayergolf.club.com. I'll drive you there. Just check out the website. You'll see what it's about. Lots of VR and XR professionals there. It's another good event. Come join us.
Benefiting XRSI, the XR Safety Initiative. Kavya Perlman's work. This is Richard Ward's the first virtual golf tournament, the second edition of it, September 24th in Engage. We have a clubhouse there. As you've heard, we have panels coming up at AWE, and we have a WebXR AWE 20% off ticket, and we even have $10 off of the less expensive Verara Summit, which is the last weekend of the month, the 28th. We have a bit.ly for that. That is WebXR Summit Summit Fall 21. That is another bit.ly. We have a $10 off coupon for that. And this team here is invited to come and talk about the day that we had to Vrara. So we have a date with Vrara. We have to hook it up. So I want to thank Anne-Marie Enns for taking care of that. I want to thank Gita Bosco and Andrew Heyman at AWE for their partnership with this. I want to thank Richard Ward. And there's a long list of every speaker who is here today has a logo and a company and something to support, and we support you. This is all about the community. So everybody, thank you so much, and have a wonderful time. We'll see you in Somnium Space. Sam, you want to wrap it up?
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Ben. This is I know how hard you've worked, and you brought everybody together, and you've worked tirelessly on this. So thank you, and thanks to Future Way, who is believing in first-time conferences. That says a lot about the spec and about the team, and and about you, Ben. Thank you for putting this together. I'm really excited to see everybody at the party.
Thank you, and I want to give a personal shout out
on October 12th.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, that too. Future Way is also sponsoring that, so I want to give a personal shout out to Daniel Ljunggren and Mats Lundgren and Dr. June Wang of Future Way, who have just been such great partners. We've been meeting every week and talking about the agenda and the summit, and I hope we made them all proud and did this thing justice today, because the feedback that's been coming in through the chat has certainly indicated that. So we feel like we did something for the community here today, and so thank you for every thing you guys have done for it. And let's party.
Woo! Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. All right.
Thank you.
Later.